rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to call to the audience. Mr. Brown, we have any speakers in person or online?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair. So I'll go ahead and introduce this item. Speakers are limited to a 3-minute oral presentation and may submit written comments of any length for the council's files. Part of the audience is limited to 30 minutes. Individual council members may respond to criticism made by those individuals who have addressed the council. However, the council will not discuss or take action on a matter raised during the calls of the audience that is not already on the agenda. Mr. Chair, we have one speaker, Ruth Lyman. Ruth, if you could please step forward to the lectern. Please start your comment by stating your name for the record. After that, you will have 3 minutes to address the PAG Regional Council. At the 2-minute mark, I will politely cut in and request that you wrap up your comments. You may now proceed with your comment.
My name is Ruth Lyman. One of the many new programs of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is the Carbon Reduction Program. The intent of this program is to reduce greenhouse gases that are emitted from automobiles, trucks, and motorcycles. PAG recommends 3 areas of focus: reduce fuel consumption through electrification of vehicles, reduce driving by promoting non-motorized travel, carpooling, and transit, and reduce emissions from construction and road maintenance. PAG is not using the funds as recommended by ADOT, but is hiring consultants to build a foundation by collecting data, setting benchmarks, and creating a plan or two. Don't be fooled by all the memos and legalese in the meeting packet. None of these expenditures will reduce 1 ounce of greenhouse gases. I believe the foundation, as well as viable program elements for a rigorous CRP, already exists here in Pima County and doesn't require millions of dollars to create. First of all, the greenhouse gas inventory report produced by PAG with data going back to 1990 can provide a baseline level of greenhouse gas emissions and telling us the sources of greenhouse gases and the amount. PAG staff concludes from the most recent greenhouse gas inventory that greenhouse gases can be drastically reduced by the electrification of cars, trucks, and buses. Yet there is not one electrification program in the PAG CRP budget. Next, Mr. Mogini, the predecessors, created a rideshare program that reduced driving and a clean cities program that reduced fuel consumption. 2 or 3 of the top priorities. However, Mr. Mogini has systematically dismantled the rideshare program and totally eliminated the Clean Cities program. Let's resurrect and enhance these programs with behavior changing incentives to create measurable reductions in greenhouse gases.
I apologize for the interruption. We're at 2 minutes.
Finally, spend some money as promised in the OWP on the van program by offering discounts for riders and incentives for drivers. PAG currently supports only 9 van pools compared to some 322 van pools in the less populated Reno area. Mr. Mogini reduced the van pool subsidy back in 2019 from $500 to $300 per month. With all the recent price increases and no increase in the PAG subsidy, van pooling just isn't affordable for the vast majority of commuters. The mission of the CRP is very clear: reduce tailpipe emissions. We already know how to do that. We already have a baseline, and now we have the funds to take action. I urge the Regional Council to find other funds for PAG's proposed data collection if these studies are really needed, and use the CRP funds as intended to reduce greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyman. Any other speakers, Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chair, we have no other speakers.
Thank you very much. We will close call to the audience and move to agenda item number 4, approval of the 2020 meeting summary and executive session minutes. Move to approve. Second. Thank you. Moved and seconded. All those, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. We're now going to move on to item number 5. Hearing and review of the proposed PAG fiscal year 2025, fiscal year 2029 transportation improvement program. Mr. Mogini and Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chair, members of the Regional Council, thank you again for the opportunity to be able to take the extra time. As you recall, last year, we did come to the Regional Council and discuss having the additional time to be able to develop the 5-year plan. And Jamie Brown will be the update on the recommended plan that we would like to discuss today.
Thank you, Mr. Mogini. Members of the Regional Council.
Just appreciate the opportunity to provide an overview of the Transportation Improvement Program, as Mr. Mogini said. So just as a reminder, the TIP is a prioritized listing or program of transportation projects that's developed by the Metropolitan Planning Organization and formally adopted by the PAG Regional Council. The PAG TIP covers a 5-year period and is updated at least every 4 years. The TIP is federally required and aligns with PAG's long-range transportation plan, the Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan. It's multimodal. The TIP includes roadway, bicycle, pedestrian, transit, aviation, and other projects. And finally, it's fiscally constrained. The TIP does not program more funds than can be reasonably expected each year from each funding source. As was mentioned, we've started this process some time ago. What I'm showing on screen is actually just the schedule for this fiscal year. So you can see I've grayed out all of the items that are in the past, and we're really at the very end of our process with the public hearing and Regional Council review of the final draft FY25 through FY29 TIP document. In terms of committee review and recommendation for approval, the TPC unanimously recommended approval of the draft TIP at their April 17th meeting. It was noted with the motion that RTA projects as listed in the draft FY25 through 29 TIP are not fully funded at this time. At the May 8th meeting, the Management Committee unanimously recommended approval of the draft TIP. In terms of the 30-day public comment period and public hearing, we commenced the public comment period on April 19th and closed it on May 19th. The comments are within your packet. The draft fiscal year 25 through 29 was also posted on the PAG website, and hard copies were available at PAG and at the Pima County Library during that time. Announcements were distributed through a variety of media channels and outlets. For example, an ad was placed in the Arizona Daily Star announcing the public comment period as well as the public hearing. The final draft TIP is based on project lists approved by respective subcommittees, the Transportation Planning Committee, or fiduciary responsible agencies pursuant to each funding source, such as the Tucson Airport Authority. And as with previous TIPs, the full document is updated and built from the current approved TIP. On your screen, you see the suggested motion for today. The suggested motion is multi-part. The motion is to approve the fiscal year 25 through 29 Transportation Improvement Program and authorize the Executive Director to update the air quality conformity elements of the FY25 through 29 TIP in consultation with the EPA. Also, in coordination with ADOT and based on the upcoming bid opening for the I-10 Country Club Road and Keno Interchange projects, which is TIP ID 9.23, make necessary funding rebalancing adjustments to the ADOT projects in the FY25 through 29 TIP project list using ADOT major project funding in the PAG region, such as the National Highway Performance Program or NHPP funding. And finally, approve the FY25 through 29 TIP, including the air quality conformity determination and the carryover of any funds from the FY22 through 26 TIP that remain unexpended in FY24. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
I was going to remind you again, the public hearing opportunity, so you can ask questions now or later at your pleasure.
Should I ask first, did we have anyone sign up who wanted to speak at the public hearing, Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, we did not.
Right.
Good question.
General Maxwell.
Yes, thank you for the update. Can you please put the recommended motion back up there? Just, and can we leave that up there? I know we're going to ask you questions, but I think it's good for us all to look at that while we're Fostering questions.
If you don't mind, I'd recommend going into public hearing, closing public hearing, then we can discuss.
Yeah, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. We have no public comments and move to the motion, which is different than what we anticipated getting today. Any questions?
Well, Mr. Chair, just, I think probably technically, and maybe Thomas, I think we might have to open the public hearing officially on the record before we close the public hearing.
Oh, I thought the public hearing was just for public comments. And then we closed the hearing, as Mr. Mogimi just said, to,
If you don't mind, just to be clear, I would recommend to officially open public hearing and then officially close public hearing.
So there needs to be a motion to open the public hearing?
That would be my recommendation, yes.
So I move that we open the public hearing?
Mr. Benavides, are we moving according to protocol?
Mr. Chair and members of the council, I think our record is fine. I think Mayor Murphy's right. I mean, a lot of jurisdictions, they have a motion to open and a motion to close. It keeps the record nice and tidy, but if we don't matter, we've already called for comments from the public. We've already closed the public hearing. I know we didn't formally open it. So from a legal perspective, I'm fine. If you want to keep the record tidy, we can do it the way a lot of jurisdictions do, which is a formal opening and a formal closing.
All right.
But the chair's pleasure.
Well, he says we're good. Okay, we'll go good.
And I remove my motion.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Mogimi or Mr. Brown, could we speak to why we are moving forward in the way that we are today, because that's different than what we anticipated based on the agenda?
Sure, I'll be happy to begin. And again, Jamie and his team have been working with all of our partners, and as recently as yesterday, we were informed by ADOT that they have the bids opening for the Country Club Road and project, which includes the main line. The bids are opening here shortly. They anticipate that they're interested to award the contract soon after. And if we do not approve the TIP at this time, they would not be able to award the contract and obligate those funds. In the meantime, we're coordinating with EPA to address their questions about conformity. I think we can resolve that, and we hope to resolve that within the next couple of weeks. So the suggested motion would give us that authority to be able to finalize our discussions with EPA, and then the flexibility to work with ADOT after the bids are open to move ADOT funds to accommodate the bid amount. At this time, they're anticipating the bids may come over what they had projected. So hopefully that would not be the case, but if it is, it gives them that flexibility to proceed.
General Manager.
Just one quick question. You mentioned the EPA's, I had one question and a comment. Which EPA has expressed concerns about their quality conformity and want to do some further assessment and take some more, do some more testing and modeling. Do we need to have something specific in the motion that gives you the authority that this TIP, while we're confirming air quality conformity, it's being approved, knowing the EPA has more to do before, and therefore you've got the ability to continue to move forward? Do we need to include?
So the first bullet and the third bullet
That's enough to
addresses that, yes.
So that first line is enough to cover
Yes.
with the EP, in consultation with the EPA, so they're still going to do we're not approving it without their consent.
That is correct, sir.
Input
Yes.
at some point in the future. It won't happen right now.
We hope within the next couple of weeks, but yes, that addresses their concern.
And then my one comment, just to kind of highlight what's going on with the ADOT one. That's a huge project. It's big, multi-million dollars, and its delays will potentially increase costs significantly. ADOT, when we make adjustments to our current 5-year plan, quite often there are things that either are not on there or come to us later when we get them fully funded. And this is a case of ADOT's identified because they understand the importance and the timeliness on this. They've identified additional funds that we have that we could put towards projects that come in over bid, and we're anticipating this one being an overbid because of it's the size of it and the fact that, like I said, a lot of these projects, the prices, estimates, it's not known science. It's a fine art, and sometimes the ADOT estimates are really good, and sometimes they're not. This one we think it's going to come in higher. They've got money. The board has money that's set aside to cover those costs. So this is the reason this is important to me as the ADOT rep. This is an opportunity to get a significant interchange project moving. But without this, then they'll have to delay opening the current bids, may potentially force them to go back for new bids. And so that's why that comment is included in the necessary motion.
And I'm guessing, Mr. Chair, I'm guessing if we have to go back, they go back, prices won't be coming down, I'm assuming.
In a lot of cases, it's honestly, Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, a lot of the cases, it is based on their current estimations. For, I think on this board, you've heard me say, we've been very surprised by the number of bids that were coming in over cost. Right. Disapproved several projects because of the amount, or the municipality did not want to pay the increased matching that they've got associated with those projects. I'd say they're doing a better job of estimating, and it's actually kind of been the other way around. We've been coming in under budget a lot. That's where that money pot gets piled to be used for either new projects that weren't previously funded or for funding some of these other projects. But it's a real fluid, we're always working on a 5-year plan at ADOT. I mean, the one starts before the other one's approved, but then the system they've got in structure for inserting projects as you identify funding is very streamlined and very good. But this is, you're right. If it's delayed, the belief on this project specifically is the costs will continue to rise.
Mr. Chair, if I may, for additional context, we're talking about a $500 million project.
So I guess that's multi-millions.
Mr. Chair?
Mayor.
Can you explain to us how this will affect any funds? And can you further explain the third point, which is carry over any funds from 22-26 to unexpended in 24? Can you explain that third?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero. I'll start with the first, with the carryover. Carryover, we do that on an annual basis. We meet with all entities, identify how much was spent in the previous fiscal year, and then we roll any unspent funds to the following fiscal year. So anything that's in 2024 will roll over to 2025. So that's more of a procedural process that the new tip, that once it's approved, the rollover comes with it, not knowing exactly how much is going to be spent in 2024. Those amounts are typically not known until after the fiscal year is closed. Late August is usually when we have those numbers.
So it's a motion that pretty much gives direction, not knowing how much the carryover funds for 24 is going to be.
Whatever the amount is, we automatically roll it over.
How much is it typically that we have to carry over?
It's a significant amount typically. So again, for example, if you have 5 projects in 2024 with construction budget and it has not been spent and they're under contract, all of that money will roll over. It could be in the $20 million range plus, but it's still rollover assigned to that project.
So it stays with the project.
Exactly. And then, I'm sorry, remind me of your second part of the question.
How it affects our budget.
It doesn't. It doesn't. So it's just a simple rollover. And then the ADOT project, as Joe Maxwell said, that's using ADOT funds.
Mayor Winfield. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brown, there are inflation rates described in the tip. What are the source of those inflation rates?
Mr. Chair, members of the Regional Council, thank you. I believe we use the U.S. Consumer Price Index as our source. We use the latest publication on that.
So
So I'll just say that our experience is that our local inflation rates seem to be higher than that index. That may account for why bids come in over. Is there a reason we wouldn't adjust for local inflation rates?
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor Winfield. So I believe you're referring to a table that is focused on operations and maintenance costs, and using that CPI has been kind of the de facto method we've used for inflation, and we can explore other methods for the next tip for roadway element projects and any cost increases. We actually have worked with consultants to develop more detailed cost estimates that are based on those projects specifically and are probably going to show higher inflation rates. I'm looking at Rick Ellis to see if he has anything to say to that. Anything to add? Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments? I had a question with regard to what we need to resolve with EPA as far as air quality conformity elements. What remains to be determined with them, and what timeline are we looking at?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good question. I can ask Dustin to get into the weeds, but I won't. So, in a kind of summarizing the process that we normally start the consultation with them early on, and we did that. And at the very last minute, they requested for us to look at using a different method. And which is fine. We'll use a different method. We believe that the outcome is still the same. As far as timeline, we don't know. I sent a letter yesterday or the day before requesting for a very specific written response to how we can coordinate and expedite the process, obviously indicating the importance of it. So we hope that it's in the short term, within the next couple of weeks. I have not received a response to that question yet.
Thank you, Mr. Mogini. Any other questions or comments from council members?
I've got one, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I know some of the RTA projects that are in there are not showing fully funded. I guess my question is why are they shown in that status? And how do they move from the fully funded status or the unfunded or not fully funded status into the fully funded status through our processes?
Sure, Mr. Chair, General Maxwell. So the process to do that, once we have a fiscal constraint that we have to obviously maintain. So currently the program is fiscally balanced. If additional funds are needed, which you're correct, there are 2 projects that potentially need additional funds. Once those additional funds are identified, regardless of the source of the fund, then we can bring it back and do a simple amendment to add those additional funds to those projects.
In that simple amendment, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mogini, that simple amendment is just that it's brought to this board.
Depends on the source. It depends on the source of the funding. So based on what flavor of money is coming to us, we may have a different process, but it's still a formal action by the regional council or RTA board.
Thank you.
I want to clarify and then ask a question. The assertion that the RTA projects must begin construction within the designated 5-year period is not stated in the ARS, in the Arizona Revised Statutes. That is factually incorrect information that has been stated as state law by the executive director. And I think you were talking about these 2 projects. The City of Tucson's projects include Grant Road Corridor and First Avenue. They are not showing to be fully funded in the TIP. So I don't understand why we would later on make an amendment, decide to include as opposed to adding the RTA projects into the TIP.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, again, as I mentioned, the plan has to be fiscally constrained, and currently it is. So if there's any additional funds identified, then the amendment can be made at that time.
I don't understand why they are not included to begin with.
Yes.
Mr. Mogini, just to amplify Mayor Romero's question, are you making reference without actually using the term to not this council's determination, but the RTA board's determination at some point in terms of how we would make use of supplemental funds?
That's, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero. That's a good way of describing the discussion. Again, going through our committee process, they've identified all the funds that are available, and you're correct. The only funds that potentially may be available are at the discretion of RTA board. So that decision has to be made by the RTA board. So thank you. That was a good summary.
Thank you for translating, Mr. Chair.
And I just want one clarification on that as well, Mr. McGee, because I think I understand the two projects that are RTA related. One of them, we've talked about it, this board a lot on the grant 5 and 6, and the other one being First Avenue. And First Avenue, my original impression was that the board approved it in its new format. It's going to go forward. And what I have now understand in a conversation with you is that the current estimate for that project is over the dollar amount funded by or identified in the RTA plan. And that is why, as you've said, we don't have the funds available to commit to the project in its entirety.
Correct. Again, Mr. Chair, Mr. Maxwell, those two projects are the only ones that are showing additional funds needed. One of them to a tune of $60 million, the other one $80 million. And we need to have the RTA board discuss those projects and determine where those funds came from.
Even though that's the next meeting we're going to have, that exact topic is on the agenda for the next meeting.
Correct.
So in essence, until we resolve those two RTA funding issues, is why they're there. I just want to clarify that if we identify the funds available, legally available to go towards these projects, inserting them at the tip in that time is a straightforward, simple process.
Yes, sir. Especially since RTA is a separate entity, any funds provided by a separate entity is a simple amendment, and we can process that at the direction of RTA board.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, General Maxwell. Any other questions or comments from council members?
Mr. Chair, hearing none, I'd like to make a motion to approve the fiscal year 25-29 transportation improvement program and authorize the executive director to comply with the 3 items listed on the screen.
Second.
Okay, moved in by General Maxwell and seconded by Mayor Winfield. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me?
Right,
Can you explain my vote?
you certainly may.
Again, I'm gonna repeat what I said before. The assertion that RTA projects must begin construction within the designated 5-year period is not stated in the ARS. That is factually incorrect information that has been stated as state law by the executive director. 2, the TIP subcommittee and the TPC have not been given the appropriate opportunity to discuss the full picture of regional projects, including all of our RTA 1 obligations, in order to make an informed recommendation about the TIP. And finally, the City of Tucson's projects, including Grant Road Corridor and First Avenue, are not fully funded in the TIP. And that goes contrary to what this board has recommended in previous years. So my vote is a no vote.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. So item passes 6-1 with Mayor Romero in opposition. We will move then to, and thank you, Mr. Brown. Then to item number 6, which is consent agenda items for information. And they're both program highlights report and contract and agreement report listed under that item. This is an information item. Anybody have any questions or comments based on the contents of your packet, Mayor Winfield?
In terms of item B, it would again just be helpful if there was a brief description as to what the contract entails.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Winfield. Chair McGee.
We did that, but maybe they missed it this time around. Thank you. Yes, I'll double check.
Any other questions or comments? All right, then we will move on to item number 7, fiscal year 2022, fiscal year 2026 PAG Transportation Improvement Program Amendment number 2022 .110. Mr. Ledford.
Mr. Chair, members of the Regional Council, formal amendment 2022.110 reflects movements of HERF regional funding across 3 City of Tucson sponsored projects in fiscal 24. Last fall, adjustments were made on these projects to balance HERF funding across fiscal years as part of the RTA roadway element worksheet that was endorsed by the TIP subcommittee in December. This amendment covers adjustments to fiscal 24 that need to be reflected in the current fiscal 22 through 26 TIP, whereas other program years will be addressed in the upcoming draft or recently adopted fiscal year 25 through 29 TIP. Recommendations for approval were given unanimously by TPC and Management Committee for this amendment. Today, we are asking the council for approval to redistribute these funds, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ledford. Member.
Mr. Chair, or Mr. Mogami, I think this is a perfect example of what the discussion we were having just previous to this, that as monies, correct me if I'm wrong, but as monies become available to have help backfill, then something that's on our agenda, and then we figure it out as we're going along and monies become available. Am I reading that wrong?
That's correct. This is our formal amendment process, and action of regional council is required. We also have administrative amendments. That's when local funds are made available, and that can be done administratively.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council members? If there are none, I will move that the regional council approve the amendment, which makes fiscal year 2024 funding adjustments consistent with the TIP subcommittee endorsed RTA roadway elements worksheet.
I'll second that.
All right, moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries unanimously. We'll now move on to Mr. Ledford. We'll now move on to item number 8. Household travel study and assessment contract. Members will recall that we tabled this item along with items number 9 and 10 at our April 4th meeting. I note on my agenda that Dr. No is here. Do we have a presentation from him, Mr. Mogini?
Yes, I believe he's connecting remotely. Is he on? Yes. Anytime you're ready.
So I can start. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the members of the Regional Council. My name is Hansino, Data Science Administrator here at PAG, and thank you for this second opportunity to discuss the PAG's Household Travel Study and Assessment Project. And next. So here are the contents of today's presentation. And first, we will go over the background and an overview of this project. And the second, we will check each task and deliverables of the project. And third, we'll review this project timeline. Next, the background. Recently, national and regional travel behaviors have been changed significantly by 2019, the pandemic, and technology advancements, and which affects just the VMT, energy consumption, and greenhouse gas emissions. For example, now we see more teleworks and fewer commutes and business trips, and we also see changes in favored transportation mode during the pandemic and the post-pandemic period. In addition, we now observe in the transportation system changes with all of this in the technological advancement in the new types of EVs, such as HEV, FCEV, and PHEV, and on-demand mobility services such as Uber and Lyft, and e-commerce like Amazon. However, unfortunately, the most recent travel behavior studies were conducted in 2009. National Household Travel Survey add-on. This 2009 survey collected more than 2,300 samples and the current travel demand models, including just the new activity-based model, were used for calibration and the validation using this collected data. Finally, to conduct an accurate transportation and air quality modeling and planning, this project is strongly required. Next. So here is the overview of this study and assessment. This project targets roughly just the 1% sample of the regional households or just population, roughly 4,200 household samples, and additional 800 samples of transit passengers and college students to cover underestimated population groups. Regarding just carbon reduction, this project will highlight the travel behavior changes since 2009 and the impact of this changed behavior on regional air quality, including the changes of VMT, modal shift, telework participation, and trip frequency changes. For the next steps, we'll focus on travel and air quality model input update and model calibration and validation. So finally, we hope to just apply and better in the modeling service and for our just a long range transportation plan, our map, and the air quality conformity. Next. So 2024 household travel study and assessment. This project is consistent with the approved FHWA, ADOT, and regional council planning activities to incorporate IIJA mandated carbon reduction emphasis into PAG's long-range transportation planning to serve the entire region. This household travel study and assessment collects the latest and most accurate data for use in refining our transportation planning process. PAG's and data science team will use this data to enhance their quality modeling and establish a more precise baseline of mobility patterns in our region. This data will be used in the development of a PAG's regional mobility and accessibility plan to establish baseline information for use in meeting the requirements for carbon reduction planning. Next. So here are the project task and the deliverables. And the task 1 includes a kickoff meeting and project management and quality control plan, especially for the data collection. Task 2 will evaluate the existing survey and the crowdsourced data, like a streetlight data, to review and enhance the survey design, including questionnaire development, sampling plan, and so on. Task 3, we will mainly design a household survey and develop a target achievement plan. Task 4, we will conduct a small sample pilot test to set survey incentive amounts and test the developed survey to correct any minor typos or errors. Based on the developed survey materials by task 3 And 4, task 5, we will conduct interviewer recruitment and training, and finally conduct the household travel survey. For quality control of the survey, the PAG data science team will review and discuss the updated dashboard contents and collected data. Task 6, and we will review the results and analyze the travel behavior changes and the impact of transportation and air quality, and discuss the results with PAG peers. And in task 7, the consultant team will deliver all collected data sets and scripts and reports and documentation. Next, and project timeline. This project is initially targeted to complete the study and assessment within 14 months. For task allocation, and ETC Institute will conduct the main household travel survey, and will conduct the travel behavior, air quality impact assessment. So this is all I have. And today, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer the questions. Thank you.
It's for Dr. No. My colleagues would.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, was there a question?
No, he was just saying thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. No. If my colleagues will indulge me, when we tabled these items at the April 4th meeting, we didn't hear staff presentations on the items. I'd like to go to the staff presentation from Ms. Oden and the staff presentation from Mr. Meyer before we consider any of the items, since we didn't hear them when we tabled them. So could we get the presentation on item 9 from Ms. Oden?
Of course.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, members of the Regional Council. My name is Hannah Oden. I'm a planning coordinator at PAG. And for this agenda item, I'll just be briefly going over the dial-a-ride and microtransit service area analysis. So just what I'll cover my presentation, I'll review provide a background and overview of the project, key components of the project that's included in the scope, the project budget, and the project timeline. So just beginning with some background, PAG is the region's federally required metropolitan planning organization and the Federal Transit Administration's designated transit planning agency. So PAG is responsible for studying and identifying transit service needs and opportunities for service expansion. Dial-a-ride and microtransit services are key to reducing carbon emissions and improving air quality in the PAG region by providing alternatives to single occupancy vehicle travel in areas not served by fixed route transit systems. So this is especially considering that electric vehicles with supporting charging infrastructure could be utilized in the future for these services. A dial-a-ride and microtransit service area analysis is included in PAG's Regional Council Adopted Overall Work Program, or OWP, to evaluate any opportunities to improve existing service and establish new microtransit service areas where practical. All right, so the dial-a-ride and microtransit service area analysis is consistent with the approved FHWA, ADOT, and Regional Council planning activities to incorporate IIJA mandated carbon reduction emphasis into PAG's long-range transportation planning to serve the entire region. The dial-a-ride and microtransit service area analysis collects the latest and most accurate data for use in refining our public transportation planning process. Data from the analysis will be used in the development of PAG's Regional Mobility or Accessibility Plan, the RMAP, which is the long-range transportation plan, to establish transit expansion areas to meet the objectives of carbon reduction compliance with federal requirements. Next, I just want to briefly talk about what is general public dial-a-ride and microtransit. General public dial-a-ride provides shared curb-to-curb rides within multiple zones. However, riders must make reservations in advance during only 24 hours. So unfortunately, usually it's not the same day type of service. Trips are booked by phone, and it is not a fixed route transit service like what you see with the larger SunTran buses. Microtransit, on the other hand, it's an on-demand shared public transit service. It also provides curb-to-curb rides in zones as well. However, in contrast to the general public dial-a-ride, trips can be booked the same day, and they're booked on an app. And so the app is really meant to optimize requested trips in real time to reduce wait times and serve multiple passengers and consolidate trips. And like dial-a-ride, microtransit is also not a fixed route transit service. And both dial-a-ride and microtransit can utilize smaller vehicles than the larger SunTran buses. Moving on to key project components. I'll go over some here, and then all the project components are included in the scope in your packets. So this project will provide a comprehensive analysis of existing conditions, including dial-a-ride operations and a mobility needs assessment, a feasibility analysis of transitioning dial-a-ride service to microtransit and new microtransit service areas to provide increased mobility options. The project will also identify opportunity areas where new microtransit service could be implemented. Also provide an implementation plan for potential new microtransit service areas, including booking system upgrades. The project will also provide recommendations for all area transit service providers. It will include robust public outreach and engagement. And it also includes a comprehensive transit planning study for the Picture Rocks and Vale areas. This was a recent award to PAG from the ADOT Statewide Transit Planning Grant Award. All right, moving on to the project budget. So the budget for this project, it's a total not to exceed $900,000. $750,000 is allocated in the approved OWP for this project. And $700,000 was budgeted for this analysis by the consultant. The award I mentioned in the previous slide from ADOT is $250,000, and it is included in the project scope. So wrapping it up with the project timeline, the anticipated completion for this project is April or May of 2025. There will be committee updates and presentations throughout the project, as well as public engagement at key stages, including the formation of a technical working group. All right, and this concludes my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this project. I'm happy to answer any questions. And Mike Isfeld from Kimberly Horn is also joining online and can provide additional details about the project if needed. Thank you.
Questions from council members?
And can I assume after the presentation by Dr. No, things like pandemic, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, work from home, there has been a lot of changes potentially in the importance of understanding the current landscape, so to speak. Those would apply to this potential contract as well. Would you agree with that or not?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, yes, that will be included in the analysis, current past or travel trends, population trends, things like that.
Thank you. And can I just one quick? So I saw Picture Rocks and Vale. I know there's been a lot of interest in Green Valley, unincorporated area because of the age population. Though it's not specifically called, this contract study will include the whole region, right? And you know, again, Green Valley's not called out, but that would be included in possibly the new trends and the need and all of the above. Would that be correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the existing dial-a-ride service does include Green Valley. So of course that would be included as part of the analysis.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Member General Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So quick question, because I understand now these are two services that are already offered inside the PAG region, correct? So I guess my question on the study's going to go out and collect data through a survey process to see how many more folks might be interested in using this. But could you just talk to us about what current usage numbers you've seen over the last 3 or 4 years? And I guess my big part of that question is post-pandemic, I remember hearing that the demand for specific dial rides and some of the microtransit had increased, people's, door-to-door service became a thing. Have we seen those trends adjusting yet on actual usage, or what's the current direction you see the actual usage going at these times?
Sure, Mr. Chair, General Maxwell. So I might have to defer to our transit team a little bit as far as the trends. I can provide kind of the existing monthly ridership rates for each of the dial-a-ride areas. Currently, we don't have microtransit services that are offered. It's just the general public dial-a-ride. But the Marana dial-a-ride ridership is about 300 passengers a month. The Green Valley Sarita is 700 to 800 a month. The Ajo is about 1,100 to 1,200 a month. And then the Oro Valley general public dial-a-ride, that's the highest at 2,500 trips a month. If I can pass it on to Mr. here.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you so much for the question. To follow up on what Hannah was referring to, our dial-a-ride numbers have seen some significant increase, especially general public dial-a-ride in the area of Green Valley. And while we, as the RTA, don't operate a microtransit service, I know the city has their on-demand service. And I think that has also seen a general increase of users. And the purpose of making sure that microtransit is implemented in the general public areas is that the app allows for greater connectivity and greater accessibility to a large number of folks in those areas.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Follow up. So those are some much bigger numbers than I anticipated, particularly I live in Oro Valley, and that was a big number, Mr. Mayor. So you say the trend post-pandemic has continued to greater usage? You're not seeing, because for a couple of years afterwards we were talking about we might see a reduction, but what I'm hearing from you is we're not seeing that.
That's correct. One of the major reasons why is because services didn't exist pre-pandemic. The Marana public dial-a-ride only came about 2 years ago. So it replaced a fixed route service that was underperforming. And so we saw greater adoption, and we continue to see that growth. And we're hoping to turbocharge that with microtransit.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, General Maxwell.
Just to follow up on that, and that's kind of the trend that I'm seeing in the, mostly in the Green Valley area, that, fixed ride, it's kind of hit and miss, but having the technology, the apps, the on-demand availability, because, you can't always predict a medical need or appointment or shopping or those kinds of things. So I'd be interested to see with the microtransit, how that starts to evolve as well, especially in our rural areas. Thank you.
Any other questions on this presentation? All right, then we will thank you both very much, and we will go then to the staff presentation on item number 10 from Ms. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council, for this opportunity to present. This is the last of the 9 CRP projects that I'm sharing, and the smallest, but the one I'm most excited about, as my background is in sustainability planning. So I'll be sharing with you the orthophoto feature extraction project. This is a project to map active transportation infrastructure across our urban area to utilize within the regional active transportation plan. And so my PowerPoint will go over the benefits and uses of this project to be able to aid your decision-making on the individual merits of this project. As you said, I'm one of the planning managers at PAG, and I oversee the GIS department and watershed sections. So that's how I got involved in this. Many of you may remember Josh Pope. This idea originally was explored by him and is many years ago. So this was something that we were excited to see come to fruition for a while. So the outline of what I'll be talking about. First, you've asked about what the carbon reduction benefits are. I'll also dive a little bit more into what is this data collection project, since it's not intuitive to everyone within the name. Go over answering your questions about how this fits into the CRP timeline, and answer other committee feedback that we've received. And the sneak preview to that is that yes, it is critical and a practical project. No, we have not done this type of work before. It's unique and novel approach. And it does integrate well into the CRP strategy. So how do we get from data collection to carbon reduction first? We do this by planning for active modes. And the first natural step is to inventory the available GIS data, which we have done. And also we're assisted by our regional active transportation consultant. And we found several gaps across the region in data availability for the active transportation facilities. So with that revelation, we also found out that some of the data is outdated or non-existent or fragmented. So the next step is to fill in those data gaps, and that's exactly what this project would do, the orthophoto feature extraction. That's where you see the star there. This method that we're proposing through this contract comprehensively and quickly fills in these data gaps. It's a new technology, and that is key to getting started to put it into the regional active transportation plan when they're utilizing the data this summer. This is exactly the kind of work that Ecopia typically does. They produce the data for with their proprietary method to work with other consultants who help create the planning. So then thereafter, that consultant for the RITP will be calculating the emissions, the benefits of those efforts. And after you create the plan and allow the jurisdictions to use the performance measures and dashboards and plan for their project selection, then that encourages the mode shift to more biking and walking, which cuts emissions and supports cleaner air. On top of that, because this is CRP funded, we were able to expand the scope of what has been designed for a long time to include green infrastructure aspects such as tree shade amenities for the bikes and pedestrians. And this mode shift occurs when we move from being one of the more dangerous places in the country for pedestrians to having infrastructure that encourages the active modes by being safe and comfortable with connected routes. Furthermore, that last graph you see, the reason I mentioned the green infrastructure is that we cannot meet our nation's climate reduction, our carbon reduction goals without not only cutting emissions, but also removing carbon from the atmosphere, which green infrastructure does. So, diving deeper into what is orthophotography feature extraction, this is sort of what it looks like. You have an aerial image that's geo-referenced, that's orthophotography. And then they utilize the point cloud of data and stereo pair data that's associated with those files to create polygons. So this isn't just imagery anymore, but data that is useful for analysis. And And then the third image down, I'm just pointing out the tree canopy is different than our past tree canopy data. It's actually a layer overlapping other layers. So it's not cut off where there are trees, but these are showing different points of elevation on the data as well. And then if it wasn't already clear, trees create that safety for pedestrians, such as those walking to a shuttle stop, safety from heat, a buffer from traffic, and cleaner air. This is particularly important for communities that rely on alternate modes of transportation for their mobility. So why orthophoto feature extraction? We acquired orthophotography in fall of 2023 with our members. And this included the right to ownership of the derivative data, the stereo paired data that I was talking about that's essential for creating this extraction method through machine learning. Orthos are far more frequently available and much more affordable than LiDAR data, which is traditionally used to create these feature extractions. So using LiDAR is an alternative method that's too slow and too expensive. Another method is by hand digitizing, also very slow and very expensive. So this unique opportunity was one that we could implement quickly and fit the RATP timeline. It's more precise, it's more accurate, and Ecopolia was uniquely qualified to do this on a large scale. They can do this within 3 months, but we do have some other steps along the process I'll go over in a bit. Here is another way to look at it. These are the features that get extracted. And this is just a small subset of them. There's the sidewalks, bike lanes, other paths and crosswalks, grass, pervious areas, canopy, driveways, parking lots, edge of pavement, also 3D buildings and footprints of the buildings, medians, turning lanes, and more. And then here's an example of the classification. So there's, in the title, you noticed there's feature extraction and classification. So with the classification, what we get is the types more detailed in description. So with, for example, sidewalks, you will get width. They'll describe the bike lane as buffered or painted, whether there's vegetation in the right-of-way space, what the size of right-of-way space is, whether it's pervious or impervious. And so, yeah, we have pervious data across the region, but it's not in polygons and it's not associated with these infrastructure features. So that's doing quite a bit of analysis in one step for us. And it can even tell us that ADA features. And then once you overlay this with other data sets, that's when you are able to more clearly identify the gaps, not only in the data that exists out there, but the gaps in the actual infrastructure. And then through the RATP analysis, they'll be able to look for safety issues and connectivity issues. And one question we received through this process of going with the committee, through the committees, is why is this not being done by the RATP consultant themselves? And just to make that clear that this is a proprietary method, it's very common for them to partner with other agencies much quicker. And it allows a deeper result. So looking much more broadly at the timeline, you could look at it in the perspective of the best practices of planning process. But to start early in the timeline, through the Ecobia have worked with SunCloud and the regional data working group that PAG holds to explore some of these data needs as well as methodologies. And then for that project, they provided a free local pilot add-on for our region to show what more could be done. That pilot helped us to improve the data and give feedback so that it was more catered to a desert region in our unique infrastructure. As I said, the CRP enabled the concept to grow additional aspects such as green infrastructure and Justice 40. And creating a comprehensive feature extraction was not listed in any prior OWPs. This was in the ADA approved plan for CRP and was in the OWP for PAG's most recent OWP. So where does it fit into our planning process? First, as planners, we always analyze the environment, then we define the issues. So COPIA would fit in analyze the environment. The RATP will define the issues, set the objectives, and use the data to refine the strategies. And then we prioritize limited funds for implementation. That's through the RMAP and TIP and your own jurisdictional effort. So, in other words, we are able to build more robust climate change reduction targets based on performance measures such as the miles of bike lanes and strategies that have issues that are much more clearly defined. And this creates a plan with priorities and data-driven decision-making tools to help direct money where it's needed most. I won't go into all of these details, but the ortho extraction timeline, if you look at it with a focus on jurisdictional participation and stakeholder engagement, first, we started with that pilot data feedback for the regional data working group. And then if this contract got approved, we would begin that process, that contract with a stakeholder workshop, in person and virtual options. And they will help refine the terminology used, the uses for this data, any data we should compare it against that we haven't already found, and help really define how they want to see those attributes for the data. There will be a quality control process that isn't done through AI alone. That was another question we received. The working group will be able to go through it, and Ecopia has created an online platform for making that review much more smooth. Once it's integrated in the RTP has its own stakeholder engagement process. When we're done with this, we will share the data with members. You are free to use it. And we will, going on to the next slide, just to detail a little bit more about how it fits into the RATP timeline. The only thing I haven't mentioned yet is that this might have other uses for you in your own jurisdictional uses, whether it's for your active modes projects, tree planting, climate plans, safety programs, etc. It might have any additional uses. And finally, there are questions about the J40 and whether this is complying with that. And since it's a data gathering project, this is a look at the J40 disadvantaged communities in blue. In our urban area where the project is currently proposed, 46% is covered by J40. So it's over the 40% for data gathering. And then once it's utilized by the RATP, that is county-wide. And in our county, 61% of the county is covered by J40. Now that's a very simple analysis, but this is just the early end of data gathering, and you would get more comprehensive analysis through the RATP plan. So in conclusion, this is a new project. It's practical. It's been steered by working groups, and it will continue to engage your jurisdictions. The foundational data will help you to know where your money can go where it's needed most. The timing is right. It ensures the RATP includes all parts of our urban area, and it will make long-term planning impact by institutionalizing this information into our planning efforts. I would love to hear from those who want to participate in the workshop. If you want to send your staff to it, working closely with Hannah, who's doing the RATP engagement, so she can answer questions about that. And I additionally have Sean online from Ecopia if we have any other technical questions. Thank you.
Ms. Meyer, thank you. Very comprehensive. Do we have any questions from council members about this presentation? All right, thank you very much. I thought it was important, since we didn't hear these presentations last time, for us to hear them before we had any discussion of approving the items. Because again, what we're being asked to do with items 8, 9, and 10 is to devote a substantial portion of our regional funds for carbon reduction to these planning efforts.
I do have.
Go ahead, Mayor Diaz.
And it's really not a big issue, but I think it needs to be adjusted to show more southwestern environment, because they show forest stuff. So I think it's better vegetation and stuff like that would, kind of be different. In other words, when they explain it to the public, we have forest, we're looking at desert vegetation.
Appreciate that very much. Any other questions or comments? If not, then I wanted to devote, I'm sorry, I wanted to direct everybody's attention to page 138 of our packet. Significant amount of the concerns, or trying to address the concerns that were brought up when the item was tabled, are addressed in item number 8. In fact, when you get to items 9 and 10, there are references back to item number 8. And one of the more significant documents in item number 8 is a memorandum to the Regional Council from Mr. Mogimi, dated today, copying Mr. Benavides. And I wanted to go to the last page of that document, because it says, in the meantime, however, we can confidently state that failure to implement PAG's approved fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 overall work program strategies will carry significant contractual and financial implications for PAG and the region, particularly relating to the integration of overall work program strategies into the required long-range transportation plan, or RMAP, currently under development. Failure to proceed with PAG's adopted carbon reduction strategies, non-target specific, as ratified by the PAG Regional Council in May 2023, would result in non-compliance towards, and then there are 4 bullets. How would, if we did not approve these items, Mr. Mogimi, how would that result in non-compliance towards meeting our federal long-range transportation planning requirements?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, as you recall, the new federal law requires us to integrate strategies into our long-range planning efforts. And all these efforts collectively, as I've discussed before, feed into that long-range plan. So our goal is to demonstrate that we have recent data and we have relevant information and planning efforts that would all collectively provide input into our long-range planning process. And we can talk about this later. If you recall, you've received presentations from staff. They're working on updating the long-range plan. Any information that's made available in time to use in the long-range plan can be used to demonstrate that we are complying with that requirement. Long-range plan is updated on a frequent basis, so future years, the more data we have, the more performance measures we develop that would feed into even future long-range plans would further demonstrate compliance with that new law.
But these three items 8, 9, and 10, neither of them are requirements for meeting federal long-range transportation planning requirements. Any CRP funded project that we did would have to be aligned with our long-range transportation plan.
Correct. But again, since it's a new legislation, the requirement was that update your plan to include these measures into your long-range plan. We took our strategies through ADOT, FHWA, they included in the statewide measures. So we are moving in that direction to implement these measures. The expectation from FDA and FHWA, as well as ADOT, is that we're going to comply with that plan as well.
But it isn't the case that if we didn't approve these items, that we would be that we would result in non-compliance towards meeting federal long-range transportation planning requirements.
In my opinion, is that we would not have the updated data and the information and the modeling to be able to include that information in the long-range plan that we're updating currently. So how do you demonstrate that you've integrated these strategies? Our goal is to start showing that we are moving towards that goal. So it's really, and we've discussed this before, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be over multiple years of implementing and integrating these plans into the overall plan.
So the next bullet says that if we didn't approve these items, we would result in non-compliance toward meeting our July 2023 contractual obligations with the Arizona Department of Transportation. But my understanding is that we can make modifications to our contractual obligations. They're allowable through work program amendments, and that the approval and adoption of a budget and work program is our power and our function. So given that, why would not approving these items result in non-compliance with those contractual obligations?
Sure, Mr. Chair, members of the council, main issue is the deadline for obligating those federal funds will pass. We have had this conversation with ADOT, and they had indicated to us that if we do not obligate these funds, to their knowledge, there are no other projects statewide that could obligate these funds in time. So those funds will be lost. Our agreement with ADOT is that we will obligate these funds.
My further understanding is that CRP funding can be carried forward from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25 within any MP's overall work programs.
So that's the flexibility that ADOT provides to us. ADOT, if they have projects that they can reallocate and spend the money that is required by law to spend it in the fiscal year. ADOT has been kind enough to be able to provide that flexibility as long as they have another project to shift those funds to. There are no other projects currently to obligate fiscal year 24 funds to, so they can accommodate that flexibility.
It doesn't really address the carryover issue, though. In terms of in terms of what you're saying with regard to contractual obligations, knowing that we can make modifications to contractual obligations
as long as
through our overall work program.
Correct. As long as ADOT is able to use those funds somewhere else. If they're not able to use it somewhere else, then we're tied to our agreement.
Well, it's not my understanding that the specific wording of your memo applies to these three items. And then furthermore, with the third bullet, meeting this, that we would not approving these items would result in non-compliance toward meeting the state's carbon reduction plan strategies approved by the FHWA in November of 2023. If we don't approve these three items, why would we be in non-compliance with those CRP strategies?
So That was a requirement of the statute to submit the state plan. And that was submitted back in November of 2023. They included our implementation strategies in that plan. So the plan that's already approved by the federal agencies indicates that these elements will be implemented.
So, but it's my understanding that carbon reduction plan strategies identified FHWA approved ADOT carbon reduction strategy document are various across ADOT and across the various MPOs. With regard to CRP implementation, the FHWA approved ADOT carbon reduction strategy document and ADOT guidance clarify that respective MPOs can utilize their CRP funding on any of the eligible project activities within the CRP federal guidance. So it doesn't appear from that and that the ADOT CRP strategy document can and will be updated, and that's required in CRP federal guidelines. So why does it inherently mean that these three projects are the only ones that would not result in non-compliance?
Again, it's tied to the fiscal year. So fiscal year 24, we're obligated to implement those measures. And if we don't do it, you're correct. They may be able to update it in the future and they may be able to change future measures. But current time, fiscal year 24, these are committed to be implemented.
Well, it seems to me that we have the flexibility both within state and federal parameters, also given our role as an MPO to make adjustments. And the implication of this memo is that we have to do what was recommended by staff. And I don't see it based on my understanding of our power as an MPO and flexibility within both state and federal guidelines that we necessarily have to go this route. So I just want to read this statement that I prepared. We tabled these items on April 4th. In the weeks since then, I have learned a great deal about what was done and what was not done in terms of assuring a broad-based regional discussion about these three items and if they represent the best, most thoughtful uses of our carbon reduction program funding. To be honest, I am disappointed with what I learned, and as a result, I cannot in good conscience support approval of these items. While multiple subcommittees of this regional council requested opportunities to provide input on the best uses of our region's carbon reduction program funding several times, starting more than 1 year ago, all requests made by our jurisdictional representatives to be part of the input and consultation process for determining eligible projects for the region's CRP funding were denied. Committee members were told by PAG staff that any such discussion would have to wait for the Arizona Department of Transportation to establish its CRP strategy document. While that effort was underway by ADOT, but well before its conclusion, PAG committees were informed by PAG staff through a memo dated April 6, 2023, that, quote, the carbon reduction program has been added to the PAG fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 overall work program, even though there was no direction or action by this council to do so. Committees were also warned not to, quote, interfere with administrative affairs of PAG, unquote, and that use of the CRP funds for, quote, other needs outside of the contractual requirements of the OWP is not allowable, unquote. This was done via a memorandum that we were not copied on, that was issued in February of 2023, which was months before we approved the overall work plan. Regional Council voted to approve the OWP, which outlined PAG CRP funded federal planning and data activities that we were told incorporated input from our subcommittees. It is clear, however, that no opportunity for real input was provided to those advisory committees. It was not until Regional Council took action last month to require input from its subcommittees that they were provided any opportunity to weigh in on the identification of projects to use the region's carbon reduction program funding. By that time, the subcommittees had been informed that the decision had already been made. Projects had already been selected, contracts were imminent, and changes to this course were not possible. The input received from both EPAC and TPC after Regional Council tabled these three CRP-funded planning activities has raised questions about deficiencies in the process to identify implementable projects for the region's new CRP funding, as well as the inability of the proposed PAG planning projects to demonstrate that they achieve the CRP goal to reduce carbon emissions. These deficiencies are important because there are plenty of needs for implementation projects that are known to reduce carbon emissions that were never considered nor discussed as part of the process that we were told incorporated input from our jurisdictional professionals. These are eligible for CRP funding and include projects such as transit improvements, electric vehicle charging infrastructure. By the way, Maricopa County is putting well over 50% of their CRP funds into electric vehicle charging infrastructure, travel demand management strategies, bike lanes and sidewalks, safety projects, improvements to traffic signals and signal timing, and many others. In the packet materials for today's meeting, it is asserted that the PAG selected planning projects are the only path forward for the region's CRP funding due to 1, pending legal challenges associated with regulating greenhouse gas emission, 2, the importance of establishing greenhouse gas baseline, and 3, implications if PAG is unable to implement strategies in the OWP. 1, it is true that we cannot regulate greenhouse gas emissions, but we can quantify and set our own non-binding performance measures if we choose. Despite the court ruling, ADOT is doing this as part of its climate adaptability study. We can also identify and fund projects that will reduce transportation emissions, as ADOT and other Arizona MPOs have done in the ADOT carbon reduction strategy document. 2, the staff memo mentions that a baseline be established, citing the need, quote, to bring the best possible return on the region's investment. That's on page 136. It is questionable whether spending over $6 million of the region's CRP funding on planning projects achieves this, especially when there already exists a baseline established by PAG through its greenhouse gas emissions inventory. This emissions inventory was used as the baseline for Pima County's Priority Climate Action Plan and will continue to be used in the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan that is due to EPA next summer. Additionally, the list of eligible CRP projects identifies a wide variety of projects that are known to reduce transportation emissions. It remains unclear why these were never on the table for discussion, never. 3, implications of PAG is unable to implement OWP strategies appears to be a self-imposed problem. It could have been avoided and is something that can be resolved through consultation with ADOT and FHWA. It appears that a properly executed input process might have prevented this. Fortunately, we have confirmed that the CRP funds can indeed be carried forward to fiscal year 2025, allowing for more time to identify and select appropriate projects. This governing body, our subcommittees, and the public expect its metropolitan planning organization to administer a process for programs such as the carbon reduction program that incorporates input from its technical committees made up of our jurisdictional professionals, policy board and the public in ways that identify the most beneficial uses of the funds to achieve the program goals, such as reducing transportation emissions. I told Mr. Mogimi earlier this week that I was unhappy with what I have learned since April 4. He graciously acknowledged that in hindsight, he and his staff could have involved our committees in this work more than they did. However, he also repeated a point made in today's packet materials, which is that neither management committee nor the regional council, with the exception of Mayor Romero, expressed any objections to the proposed use of CRP funds when we approved the OWP. He's right. But for my part, I know now that I cast that vote without all the information needed to make a sound decision. Therefore, I am going to make the following motion. I move that these three planning projects be put on hold and direct the executive director and the regional council subcommittees of EPAC and TPC to administer a consultation process to recommend eligible projects to regional council that align with the CRP program purpose for projects designed to reduce transportation emissions. This action can be followed with the appropriate OWP amendment to obligate CRP funding in the PAG work program prior to the end of the June 2025 deadline associated with the funding. If the three projects that are incorporated in items 8, 9, and 10 are still deemed necessary, the executive director shall identify and recommend other sources of funding to regional council to pay for them. That is the motion I was making.
Second the motion.
Thank you. Moved and seconded discussion, Mayor Honey.
Oh, is what I want to say. I think you're well outlined. I think you're inappropriate in what you did. I'm surprised you would spend that much of your time and your staff time on doing this. A lot of us follow this stuff and we think we're following a pretty good program of what we're doing. And I can tell you right now, I will not support your motion.
General Maxwell.
I'd like to open your motion for one amendment and break each one of those items up individually. If you're willing to.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
So there's three contracts, three different items that we're considering. 8, 9, and 10. And as I add them up, I only came up with 2.9 million being asked for the approval of those three. And I may have missed it. I was going through rapidly trying to find them, but it's only 2.9, not 6.1. And I know that's the other thing. I've got a ton of follow-up questions for the executive director before we get to a vote. But what I'd like to do is right now, in my mind, I heard some great presentations today. Some that had a direct ability to cite that their studies would have a direct impact on carbon reduction. Not all of them, but some. So I don't know if I'm comfortable voting for them all as a whole versus breaking them up and doing them individually.
No.
Before we consider any amendment to the motion, I would like to reiterate that I've asked PAG, the executive director, to present a strategy for the carbon reduction programs fund. I have asked the executive director of PAG to get committee input. Part of the processes used traditionally at PAG for these types of funds and required by the funds that are attached to this, the carbon reduction program funds, is public input and committee and subcommittee input. And those things did not happen. So I am in agreement with the motion. There is no proof that these funds cannot be carried over so that we can get a strategy, a comprehensive strategy. It's $0.3 million that we have the ability to put to good use. And I just do not feel that enabling the executive director to not follow engagement protocols is a good precedent. We cannot allow that to happen. And so I believe that the motion is correct, that we can spend more time to see if our committees and subcommittees want to go in that direction. Those are subject matter experts that should be giving us not just the PAG board, but the executive director, the input necessary to make the most appropriate and get the best return on investment for these funds.
Mr. Chair, well, at first, it was a long note that you read. So I would want here, I know General Maxwell was going to ask questions, but I'd want to give the executive director the time necessary to address those concerns, especially about the rollover. But whether it be subcommittees or others, I agree with General Maxwell. We heard a lot of information about new technology, updated trends and travel and all of those types of things. And I still believe that if we don't have a more recent baseline on what we're dealing with and what we're measuring, I don't know how we come up with good strategies to implement, whether it be electric chargers or microtransit or any of the above. So I still feel, I mean, I think about when we're asked to put traffic signals at a particular location in town, which happens a lot. And we have to do a traffic analysis, a traffic study. You have to see if the warrants, warranted for there. So I think having recent, information gives the subcommittees and the regional council more appropriate information to make a better decision. I know there was a lot of questions, comments made, and I certainly would want to hear from give the executive director.
I'm going to give him the opportunity to do that, but since you expanded on some of the points that General Maxwell made, one of the reasons that my motion says that if these three items are still considered to be laudable and necessary, it directs the executive director to find other sources of funding for them. And my question, though, is given the limited amount of carbon reduction program funds that we have, we want to expend so much of those limited funds for three measures that and this is another reason I wanted to see the presentations, are not entirely directly connected with carbon reduction. And again, that's why if this had been, and I think it clearly was, if this had been the intent of staff early on to devote carbon reduction program funds to these planning endeavors, including our jurisdictional professionals in those conversations, as they sought to be, would have resulted in that kind of regional dialogue and regional consensus on something that was clearly a staff-driven idea. But they didn't get that opportunity. So I'm not saying these are not laudable and perhaps necessary data collection measures. The first one hasn't been done since 2009. We've waited 15 years to do it. The second two, and that's item 8, the second two, items 9 and 10, have never been done. And it may be great to do them. What I'm questioning is whether we need to devote such a significant portion of our carbon reduction program funds. But I want to follow up on your request and turn to Mr. Mogini.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to didn't make a list, but would be happy to go off memory. So really, I think there are a couple points there that was made that I want to echo what you said. So throughout our process, we coordinate with the management committee members. I talk to them on a regular basis, and we had an opportunity for the management committee to coordinate with their own representatives on all the committees, and we had opportunity for them to comment. The comment period was almost a month. We even extended that. In my conversations, I did not hear from anyone having any concerns with the strategies. We did receive one comment letter in writing from a TPC member, and we responded in writing. To this day, this is the first time I hear that anyone other than management committee or regional council members had any different perspective other than Mayor Romero. We heard her concerns. That was reflected in the memo from the TPC member. So we've been working on this for almost 3 years. And throughout this 3-year process, obviously there's been opportunities to make adjustments. And all along, as I mentioned, I had at least the perspective that all the regional council members, with their action, approving the strategies, as well as the management committee members who can reach out to me at any time, were, at least the majority, were supportive of moving forward. Having said that, again, these are planning efforts that obviously if we decide to not do them, that's okay. But the end goal is to plan and develop a foundation for future benefits. And we've done that. We've talked to ADOT, we've talked to FHWA, we've talked to experts in the area. MAG is doing some of the same things that we're doing. So the foundation is solid. The question is, how far do we want to go with that building of that foundation? Was there anything else in there that you wanted a response on? I'm sorry, I don't recall all the
I wanted to ask, I acknowledged what you said about management committee. But in terms of the EPAC and TPC, were they not directed when they sought to have input into the use of the funds? They were deterred from having that input, dissuaded from having that input.
So the communication was coordinate with the representatives on the management committee and provide your comments through management. And that's what one of the entities did. There was a TPC member that submitted their comments.
So the memo that they got warning them not to interfere with administrative affairs of PAG, the February 2023 memo, was not in response to their request to discuss the CRP funding.
So the context of that was that there was a request, and the response was coordinate through a management committee. It was discussed at the management committee, and the information was communicated back to please coordinate through your management committee representative to provide your comments.
So to go back to something that you said a couple of minutes ago, these are planning endeavors. If we don't do them, that's fine. The first part of the motion directs you and those two committees, EPAC and TPC, to administer a consultation process. Could you not engage with those committees, you and your staff, in terms of making recommendations to us on the use of these funds that might include these planning endeavors? We don't know until they have the opportunity to engage as our jurisdiction professionals.
As you recall, at the last meeting, when these items were tabled, I said we have some time. We did go back and provide and got feedback from those committees. At the time, I did indicate that we need to make a decision by this May. I believe, and we have this information in writing from ADOT, that if we do not obligate those funds will be lost to the region. So it's a timing question. Do we have the time? In my understanding, based on ADOT's responses, that they do not have any other projects in the state that can obligate those funds in fiscal year 24.
That was one of my qualifying, or trying to get through that. That question, because I certainly wouldn't want to be voting for something that we lose this money, especially for something that would be used for analysis on carbon reduction.
General Max.
Agree. And I'm going to jump to some questions. I think we're talking around the issue. First off, Supervisor Scott, you obviously put a lot of time and effort in this, and I appreciate it. And I think the notes are long. I do wish we had gotten this in advance, because there's a lot of stuff I can't even remember all the stuff you've pointed out, but it caught my attention, and I believe you've done a good job of going against the failure to proceed bullets fairly well. But I do look forward to getting a copy of your notes and memos if possible, and so that we've got time to look at it, because there's some issues going here. My biggest concern is the final line in your memo, period. And I've got a couple follow-ups after that. Finally, we risk a potential loss of federal funds. So my question on what is that concern that we're going to lose? I'm looking for specific granular clarification on what those funds are. Are we talking losing the carbon reduction plan funds, or are we talking other funds? And is it a guarantee or just your belief?
According to the agreement between us and ADOT, we highlight which projects are going to be obligated and how much dollars are going to be spent. These 3 projects have been identified as carbon reduction funds, plus the additional grant. And we do not obligate these funds. We have to deny the grant, so the grant will be lost. And the carbon reduction funds that are allocated to 3 projects will be lost as well, because they cannot obligate those in fiscal year 24.
Okay, so 2 follow-ups to that. One, can you give me the actual amount of the total of these 3 contracts?
Could somebody help me and add that up? And
It's about the 2.8.
Yeah, so it's the number, it's not the 6 million that I heard, it's the number. Okay. That was question number 1. Who at ADOT's, and you said we have it in writing.
Yep.
And if we have it in writing, I think it'd be important for us as council members to see it in writing. That's my big concern with Mayor Murphy's, and I said this very clearly at the April meeting, or the earlier meeting, that when we came back, I'm moving towards approving these funds because I don't want to lose the funds. And what you just said there is we will lose both grant money and the carbon reduction plan funds. Whether we approve this or not today, we're going to lose those carbon reduction plan funds.
if you approve it, it will be obligated. We won't lose it.
I misquoted.
Yeah.
If we don't approve it today, some of that carbon reduction planning money that came down to us here to execute will disappear.
Correct.
To the tune of 2 point, when I added it up, it was 2.9. So we will lose 2.9.
That doesn't include the $250,000.
Minus 250. 250 is a grant. So the 3 contracts minus 250.
Well, the important thing to go back is I think we all want to see these carbon reduction plan dollars going towards making a difference in our region. So what you're saying right now
Yes.
is $2.75 million of carbon reduction plan money. If we choose not to take action on these 3 things, will go away.
That is my understanding. We have it in writing from our ADOT representative who's responsible for allocation of those funds.
Good, because you're asking us to make a decision right now without looking at that language.
And no, I appreciate that. I know this is important to you, and I understand. So my request would be, Mr. Chair, I request we respectfully take a break. I'd like to see that memo. Unless I've got it here.
It's an email.
Okay, well, I mean, if you don't have to take a break, it can be produced rapidly, but I do think it's important that we all see that, because if my decision, as you're framing it, is either we approve all 3 of these or we lose $2.75 million, I saw enough in those briefings today to show me that there was benefit, especially on the last 2. More so, I've always had problems with the household study travel plan because we've done one before. And now we're gonna use carbon money we didn't have before to do it. That I don't think makes good use of the carbon reduction plan dollars. But the other two, I thought had direct links, which were stated today, especially the final one on the orthophoto feature briefing, that I could see the carbon reduction benefit of doing that. So that's why I was requesting, if we get to the point of voting on them, I could break those out. But it's really important for me, Mr. Modini, to understand if this is money that we've been put in a position, whether I like it or not, that if we don't vote today, we will sacrifice $2.75 million of money that all three of the studies do have benefit to our region.
Mr. Chair, just to provide the context, getting the email as we speak, since this was discussed in the last meeting, we went back and we talked to ADOT folks. ADOT has a representative assigned to each MPO, and our representative responded in email that if we cannot obligate these funds, ADOT does not have any other projects that can obligate these funds, and that's where that flexibility comes from. We can give it back to ADOT and they need to find someone else to obligate it. And at this point, they cannot find anyone to do that.
I'm just going to say, and Marilyn, you can say that it was bull that our staff spent this amount of time on it. It wasn't. And frankly, if PAG staff and our committees had devoted the kind of time that they wanted to devote, we wouldn't be in this position. That's the goal. We would not have made this proposal if we thought these funds were at risk. That is why the motion makes reference to the rollover capacity. So I would like to know, I don't want to just see this email. I want it to be explicitly stated that if we do not approve these items, that we'll use those funds. And we do not believe that that is the case.
If I may, I did say that at the last meeting as well, and we did confirm. That's my experience with any money that's sub-allocated from ADOT. ADOT has to make the final determination, and that was the response to us. Because it's actually really, in my opinion, they're trying to find opportunities to make sure we don't lose those federal dollars. So they're doing their best as well. They are sub-allocated to us from ADOT. So ultimately ADOT is the one that hopefully can find a home for it. But based on what they told us recently, they cannot.
So, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So, Mr. McGinney, just clarify they have to be obligated by the end of the ADOT fiscal year.
Fiscal year 24 obligation deadlines. Normally, they want all the paperwork in March to submit, and I believe July of they're using the state fiscal year. July 1 is our fiscal year.
What I'm trying to again find in here is today the drop dead deadline, or is June 15th the drop deadline?
Deadline typically is March.
We're past the deadline then, so it's too late anyway. And that's so I don't, with all due respect, that's not the deadline. The deadline's the last day we can get it to ADOT and they can execute. That is the deadline. I understand that the email is not enough. I think the email will tell us what ADOT has and has not said and who said it. And that was going to be because on here when we were going through the process, one is, okay, so who at ADOT's saying it? It's troubling to me because I have asked to see a good breakdown. And I know there's a memo that you've sent out that had some of the breakdown. And I was really love to see it on just a 3-slide briefing on the total CRP funds we've received. How much have we already executed? What funds remain and what our plans are to execute? Because then we would, as a regional council, would have the entirety scope of how we're using those funds. And I'm going to assume this isn't the last of the dollars. It's an assumption that's dangerous, but I'm also wondering how much time do we have to expend them?
So again, Mr. Chair, Mr. Maxwell, they're allocated based on fiscal year. So the fiscal year 24 dollars are the ones we're talking about. And if you recall, at the last meeting, I provided the information in the packet. So roughly it's $2.3 million for each fiscal year. So what we had budgeted for was the 4.6 amount in fiscal year 24. And that's an example of where they provided that flexibility because they had other projects that could use those funds.
So that included our 2023 rollover from our original plan.
Whatever was the balance.
Okay. And of that 4.6 that we've said we're going to execute in 2024, how much have we executed?
So far, we've spent 1.2, and the balance is obligated based on previous contracts that are approved minus these 3 contracts.
And then we'll have spent all 4.6 as soon as we
Minus
do
these 3.
these 3.
Yes.
Other questions or comments from the council members? No, Winfield.
Mr. Chairman, there's a, what is your role in preparing the agenda for this meeting?
My role, the only item that I added to the agenda is item number 11. And I did so at the request of Mayor Romero. All other items were put on the agenda by staff.
But as the chair, do you review it? Do you approve the agenda?
Well, these items were tabled at our last meeting and were slated to come back for discussion at this meeting.
They're agendized individually, but you as the chair, they had an action item. So typically there'd be an agenda, there'd be discussion, a motion. But as the chair, you circumvented that.
Yes.
It feels a little bit like it's getting shoved down our throats.
The reason that I did that in terms of doing the presentations first is because when we tabled, if you remember at the April 4th meeting, Mayor Romero made a motion to table the household travel study item. And that motion, Mayor Diaz abstained on, and it didn't carry as a result. I made a substitute motion to table all 3 of the carbon reduction program items. That item carried 5-3. And the reason I circumvented the agenda today is because we didn't hear staff presentations at the last meeting. So that was why I asked to do the staff presentations for all 3 items. We didn't get to hear because we didn't get to hear them last time. And I wanted all of you to see how they were being described and so that you could draw your own inferences and decisions as to whether or not they needed to use carbon reduction program funds to pay for them. I hope that answers your question. Romero.
This is not a new conversation. This is something that I have been bringing up for the last year. My concerns about the executive director and staff choosing what to do with those funds, when in reality, the processes that we usually use to expend monies, especially federal funds, is to involve committees and subcommittees. The committees and subcommittees were not involved. So when Mr. Mogimi says that this has been happening for the past 3 years, well, it's been staff making decisions on using federal funds that have not given the opportunities for jurisdictional representatives to help make the best, most informed decisions for the benefit of the region. And so I actually want to thank Supervisor Scott for digging in and asking questions and listening to the jurisdictional representatives that are supposed to be the experts giving us advice. These are federal funds that we have a responsibility to the federal government to tell them we've followed all processes and procedures to be able to expend these funds in the most, which, by the way, these funds were designed for greenhouse gas emissions. So instead of pushing back on Supervisor Scott for doing his homework, we should be thanking him for doing his homework. So we've got to be able to honestly respond to each of our jurisdictions and their residents that we all of us are doing our homework to make the best decisions for the purpose of these federal funds. So I agree with the position. I would like to know if there is anything in writing that says we're going to lose these funds if we don't use them. And by the way, even if there is something in writing that says you need to use these funds by today, it is unacceptable for our executive director to have played the game he did, to not go to our jurisdictional committees to ask their opinion. Unacceptable behavior. None of us would accept that behavior from any of our city managers.
You know, I'm looking at this thing and we're talking around in circles, and I think some of the arguments are ideology and some are reality. But one of the things I'm looking at is all of the monies for these projects is for research on greenhouse gases, relative emissions. 8, 9, and 10 do that. They may not do that exactly like Mayor Romero wants, or you want, but they do. We cannot spend them to implement programs. It's strictly through research. How could we fix this, or how could we change that, or to get information to us how things are changing. And I just don't have major heartache with it. You know, I would support all three of the measures myself.
Thank you, Mayor.
You know, and Mayor Romero's right. She has been the one that has brought it to our attention. None of the rest of us have, you know, as the executive director and staff have been moving forward. None of the rest of us have said, I object. I would like your response, because it sounds like, you know, again, you haven't been working with the jurisdictions. I don't necessarily think that is correct, but I'd like you to clarify that. But, you know, it's come before us, and the OWP, it's come before, I mean, the stuff has come to us, whether we read it or understand it or didn't. I know if I don't have a clarified understanding of something, the executive director has never not answered my phone call or given me any additional information that I've requested. So I don't know if they have to have osmosis, you know, to, you know, learn about our concerns that they're not aware of. But I've never expressed any. I do believe that you have to establish a baseline. I even think the first one, 8, was, you know, they mentioned carbon reduction, Dr. No, on a couple of occasions. You know, that's why I stood back and they talked about the different traffic patterns and shopping and all those kinds of things. So, you know, I'd be comfortable with that as well. And I still have the overall concern about, you know, losing the money, of course, but I would like you to address, you know, working with our committees and MPC. I mean, there's been accusations that you don't talk to them or listen or whatever.
Mr. Chair, Mayor.
Excuse me, before you do, you're correct. That I joined the majority of this group, other than Mayor Romero, in voting for the OWP. And you can also be assured that there have been conversations at the county level about how concerns expressed by our jurisdictional professionals on EPAC and TPC get to me. You can be assured that those conversations have happened, Mayor Murphy. But since April 4th, when we tabled those items, and I felt it was my obligation to ask questions that perhaps I should have asked before. What I have found out since then points to a clear pattern in terms of not involving those two committees, directly warning them that their input was both unwelcome and unwarranted. I acknowledged what Mr. Mogini said about management committee. Again, we've had those internal discussions, but to say that those committees were involved, even the executive director acknowledged to me that he felt he could have involved them more than he had.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy. So again, as mentioned, we did do that as a follow-up after the last meeting. We did go out to all the two committees and the subcommittee, and the summary of the comments are in your packet. Only 2 or 3 individuals expressed some concerns and their opinions, and that's valid. But I still believe majority were either silent or didn't have any concerns. But yet, in my interactions, I have not heard from any of the managers to this day that any of them have any concerns. Had I heard that there was a concern, obviously we would have taken the additional time to explore on what the concerns are. So it is a surprise to me today that there is a concern from the managers or from regional council members other than Mayor Romero. This is the first time I hear that there was any concerns other than Mayor Romero.
General Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand and I agree, but I'm not going to be one that's going to say because we've made mistakes in the past, we should continue to make them. You learn from your mistakes. You learn from your wins, you learn from your losses. The problem I have on this, and I'm a little concerned that we don't have the memo already in front of the email. We do. Okay, thank you. Because that shouldn't be that hard. What I don't like about how this is playing out today is we're finding out a lot of information at this meeting. It's an agendized item. We should have all the background data and time so that we can take a look at it. We can know, such as this thing. It's the first time as the ADOT rep. So the first time I've heard ADOT says we lose it because they can't expend it. I'm telling you right now, I am highly confident that ADOT, given an appropriate amount of time, could have found a way to spend that money and then let us carry over more. Because Maricopa, who's under a different rule than ours, I wanted to make that clear too. We talked about how Maricopa spend their money. They're under a different set of rules because of their air quality. And they've been under them for a while. Maricopa's always looking to use some of this kind of money to enhance it. So again, I don't know the details of why ADOT's saying if you don't spend it this month, it's gone. Because somebody, I don't know why ADOT as an organization would say the state's going to let that kind of reduction money go away. So my problem right now, and I agree wholly with Mayor Winfield's thing about, I don't like when we start coupling items together, because right now, I think I could support 2 of these, but I know there's one I'm probably going to oppose. Because I don't think there's enough carbon reduction direct benefit study. We can all give briefings where we mention the words. It doesn't mean, is there any true benefit and the purpose behind the dollars behind it? The other thing I do, and this is a question maybe Mr. Chair for our council. In the memo that Mr. Benavides provided to us, he's actually sent it to Executive Director Mogini, and then that came to us. The statement is PAG received grant funding under the IIJA for carbon reduction plan. To me, that line implies that we were given it specifically for planning purposes. But I don't know if that's 100% accurate, because are you saying if we wanted to put money into electric vehicle charging stations, we couldn't with our carbon reduction, but they can in Phoenix? So I want to know if our money that came to us is different than the other part that went Because that's what that line, with all due respect, implies to.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Maxwell, I'll touch on it and then I'll probably have Thomas maybe follow up on that. So when we started having discussions with ADOT and FHWA, that was the conversation that because we do not have a federal mandate, we can do planning, we need to do planning. MAG is ahead of us. They already have plans and they have a federal mandate. So if you compare the state law versus the federal law, the state law says we cannot do any of that without a federal mandate. So all of these discussions are happening at the same time. And then FHWA exerted their authority with the rule. And then that answered the question about now we have a federal mandate. And then the court removed that. So now we're back to not having a federal mandate and state law prevails. So now you have MAG following the federal mandate and PAG does not have a federal mandate.
So let me clarify the question.
Yeah,
because I understand I understand that concept. When you spoke with FWH and ADA to discuss, you specifically discussed planning. But when the money came to us, and this may be more for Mr. Benavides, did it specifically say it's coming to us solely for planning? Were there any restrictions on how we could use it?
So again, if I may, state law says we can't. So that's the state law. So we're trying to look at those laws.
State law says we can't what?
The state law prevents us from doing any greenhouse gas measures or even set targets or even identify reduction in greenhouse gases. So we're trying to work the federal and state.
So we're not violating that if we were to buy electric vehicles. I'm asking the question real simple. Can we, are carbon reduction funds restricted to only planning?
General Maxwell, Mr. Chair, members of the council, I didn't research that. I don't know what the strings attached to it. My understanding was that it was for planning.
Understand, and I know you're hearing some frustration from members of the council, but when we have to pull that hard to get the answers, because I honestly don't believe there's any restrictions on our carbon reduction plan funding. They didn't say you have to use it for this or that. Whether we without having good data to support our plan or the fact that we don't even really have a plan because we haven't been following another federal mandate, that's a different discussion that I think is important for us to have. Do we need a plan? And this is what we want to use the funds for. But as soon as we proceed forward, I would ask again, respectfully, that we hit each item individually if we get to the point of taking a vote.
And if I may clarify again, so the federal law has a list of what's eligible, what's not eligible, and that's where the mandate issue comes in. And also, is it integrated into your long-range plan? And it's not integrated in our long-range plan. It is in the MAG area.
And clarification is they have a list of what is, but it's not a mandate that you have to spend on all these. It's just what you can spend it on. This is one of those ones in the Air Force and the Navy. Sorry to go military parlance. Air Force and Navy view regulations two different ways. The Air Force says if it's not defined that you can do it, you can't. The Navy says if it's not prohibited from you doing it, then you can. And it's just two different ways of viewing it. So I understand that the FWHA put down what you could spend it on, but I don't consider that a mandate because we're not going to spend it on every single one. My question is, did the money that come to us come with restrictions?
Forget if I may, if it's in your RMAP, then it's eligible. If it's not in the RMAP, you need to update your RMAP, include it in the RMAP, then it becomes eligible after you do that, which is that diagram that Mead had there. So we don't have any of those measures in our RMAP. Once we have it in our RMAP in the future, we open up the opportunity for eligibility.
So just to follow up on the references to the Maricopa Association of Governments, we're fortunate that our Director of Environmental Quality is a longtime former MAG employee. He followed up with them and sent me an extensive description of their process. And I just wanted to read the final few sentences of what he sent me. The MAG process shows that CRP funding can be rolled back for programming into future fiscal years. Additionally, a more robust committee process can take place where member agencies provide meaningful feedback and input to develop guidelines, program goals and objectives, identify eligible project types, and a programming process. CRP funding that follows this process and results in projects that actually reduce carbon emissions aligned with the design of the CRP for the region directly benefit the air quality and climate compared to funding existing planning efforts, i.e. a regional housing travel survey. I think if we had that kind of regional process, which we were told that we did when we approved the OWP, and I know you just said you didn't hear anything from managers, but I think it has to be acknowledged we did not have that kind of regional dialogue. We didn't, because those two committees tried to have it, and they were directed to not engage in it.
Just a point of clarification on the MAG issue again. MAG has been doing this for almost 20 years.
Well, that's
So they have the plans in place. We were just trying to develop that. plan.
well, that's answering one part of what I just said. You're not answering everything. That's, and I think that's the significant issue there.
Mr. Chairman, I would just ask that. I think we're all kind of talking around in circles. If we could vote on your motion, which I would ask people not to vote for, by the way, and that we can handle each one of these, as General Maxwell said, individually, so that we can move forward. I don't think we're gaining anything from what we're doing.
I appreciate that. Let me, sir, are you calling the question?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So the vote is on the motion. I will read it again, just to make sure everybody's clear on it. I move that these three planning projects be put on hold and direct the executive director and the regional council subcommittees of PAG and TPC to administer a consultation process to recommend eligible projects to regional council that align with the CRP program purpose for projects designed to reduce transportation emissions. This action can be followed with the appropriate OWP amendment to obligate CRP funding in the PAG work program prior to the end of June 2025 deadline associated with the funding. If the three planning projects are deemed still necessary, the executive director shall identify and recommend other sources of funding to regional council to pay for them. Please call the question.
And I've asked for a roll call.
Yes, sir. I was just going to ask for that.
So that was the motion. That was an appropriate second.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Mayor Paul Diaz,
No.
Mayor Ed Honey,
No.
Mayor Tom Murphy,
No.
General Ted Maxwell,
No.
Mayor Joe Winfield,
No.
Mayor Regina Romero,
Yes.
and Supervisor Rex Scott.
Yes.
Can I frame my vote real quick?
Absolutely.
I'm a no because I still haven't seen the memo that says we're going to lose the funds. So I'm not in a position that I want to kick the can when if we lose $2.75 million to the carbon reduction plan money and have nothing to show for it, we've truly failed our community.
Mr. Chair.
Mayor Honey, are you also?
No, I'm prepared to start making motions so we can move forward.
We need to see the memo.
Mr. Chair, if I may, do you mind? I know you had your hand up.
No.
Okay. So, Jamie Brown, who's obviously our advocate member of the team, has been doing the research and working with ADOT. Appreciate all your work, all staff. Thank you. And, our representative with ADOT is very seasoned and has been working on coordinating and supporting MPOs for many years. In this conversation, Jamie confirms, given the late timing in the fiscal year, ADOT may not be able to find another CRP eligible project that can obligate the funds before the end of the fiscal year. Thus, to avoid the risk of losing the funds to the region, it sounds like we may want to proceed with pending the fiscal year 2024 CRP obligation requests since it's in the work plan. In writing says that is correct. And that was based on a phone conversation and a follow-up discussion between Jimmy and Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree except for one comment. It said may not and may want to. I don't want to lose these funds 100%. I'm not sure that, with all due respect to Mark at his level, he's got all the information to know if they could do it. I truly wish that it had been brought to my attention earlier that the reason we were losing is because ADOT was going to be unable to roll these over for us. If we'd known that, I could have immediately made phone calls and inquiry and find out if that is true. That's, I guess, more of a comment than a question.
Thank you, General Maxwell. Mayor Honey.
I'd like to make some motions so we can move on. I'd like to move to approve item 8, the household transportation study as submitted by staff.
I'll second that.
And that's for roll call.
We'll do that's moved and seconded, and a roll call vote is requested. This is item number 8.
Mayor Diaz?
Yes.
Mayor Ed Honey?
Aye.
Mayor Tom Murphy?
Aye.
General Ted Maxwell?
No.
Mayor Joe Winfield?
Aye.
Mayor Regina Romero?
Nope.
Supervisor Rex Scott?
No. Item carries 4-3. Mayor Honey.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve item number 9 as presented by staff.
I'll second that once again.
For roll call.
Thank you. The roll call vote, please, Ms. Ontiveros. This is for item number 9.
Mayor Paul Diaz?
Yes.
Mayor Ed Honey?
Aye.
Mayor Tom Murphy?
Aye.
General Ted Maxwell?
Chair, can I explain my vote?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be an aye on this one. I think the fact that we don't have the microtransit programs new and the other, I believe we do get carbon reduction benefits based on the study that's going to come out that is going to inform our decision making if we choose to enhance those 2 programs. So I'm an aye.
Mayor Joe Winfield?
Aye.
Mayor Regina Romero?
Nope.
Supervisor Rex Scott?
No. Item carries 5. Mayor Honey.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve item number 10 as requested.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. I gather we will also roll call vote.
Mayor Paul Diaz?
Yes.
Mayor Ed Honey?
Aye.
Mayor Tom Murphy? General Ted Maxwell?
Aye.
Mayor Joe Winfield?
Aye.
Mayor Regina Romero?
Nope.
Supervisor Rex Scott?
No. Item carries 2. Thank my colleagues for all the time and discussion that went into this, and thank staff as well. We're going to move on to item number 11. And as I mentioned in response to a question from Mayor Winfield, item number 11 was requested to be placed on the agenda by Mayor Romero. Given that fact, I'm going to, well, first I'm going to read the item: review of regulatory procedures for inclusion of proposed Stone Avenue Bus Rapid Transit Project in the Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan. I'm going to first ask Ms. Romero and any staff members that she may want to call on to make a presentation to the council. Then I will call on, I always mispronounce your last name. Is it Duren D-Ren, thank you. I'll never screw it up again. Ms. D-Ren, and anyone else Mr. Mogimi may want to call upon to respond to concerns raised by the city. Mayor Romero.
Mr. Chair, yes, indeed, I requested that you add this item to the agenda. The mayor and council have been talking for some time about the Stone Avenue bus rapid transit project. As I have shared here, and at the RTA board, it is a very high priority for the city of Tucson, for the voters and mayor and council. We have the opportunity to bring millions of dollars into our region through federal funds, through the Federal Transit Administration's capital improvement grant program for this project. We had requested from the executive director of PAG a letter of support when we started the process. And his advice to the city of Tucson is that we request an RMAP amendment. So here we are. I do want to invite our City of Tucson Director of Transportation and Mobility, Sam Credio, to present the details of our request for an amendment to the RMAP. He initially made this request back in April 10th, and since then, 7 weeks have passed. The City of Tucson is prepared to meet the federal requirements for an amendment, but time is of the essence because we do want to apply for these federal funds in August of 2024. And that's the deadline to apply for the capital improvement grant program. Saying that, I would like to invite Sam Credio to speak to us so that he can explain the steps that the city of Tucson has taken and what we need in terms of an amendment with the RMAP. I also have copies of his letter requesting the amendment from the RTA, from the PAG, that was not included in your support material. And let me try and find it, and I'll pass it around. So, Sam.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Mr. Credio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, members of the council. I'll give you just a brief overview of the project and of some of the steps that we've taken thus far. As the mayor mentioned, the city of Tucson is pursuing a project, a bus rapid transit project along Stone Avenue. Part of that project includes seeking funds from the FTA's Capital Investment Grant Program, also known as the SIG program. The very first step in that process is actually to be accepted into project development by the FTA. That process involves an application as well as letters of support. That was done back on June 9th of 2023. We did receive letters of support from several entities across the region. We did not receive a letter of support from PAG at that time because the project was not included in the long-range transportation plan. We were accepted into project development in August of 2023. And since that time, we have been working very closely with our partners at the FTA on the development of this very exciting project for the city of Tucson, as well as the Pima County region. In fact, the FTA did include this project in their annual report. We learned that all projects are included in the annual report, so it was very exciting to see the city of Tucson listed in that annual report. Part of the requirements to move forward with an actual application for grant funding with the FTA is that this project be included in the long-range transportation plan. So upon learning that, we made sure that we did our due diligence, and we requested that back on April 10th, requesting that the project be included in the RMAP. I want to note that in our request that the mayor just passed out, we did acknowledge that in order for a project to be added to the long-range transportation plan, fiscal constraint does have to be maintained. So the city offered a couple of different paths to maintain that fiscal constraint, as noted in my letter dated April 10th. Back on April 15th, we received a response back from PAG staff stating that because the current RMAP update is going on, that this project cannot be considered for an amendment and that the process for an amendment would be the same as the process for the update. We've done a little bit more research and we understand that an amendment that, like this, could be done with two things. One is a public hearing or public comment period. And two, demonstrating fiscal constraint, which we've done. The third thing that was mentioned was an air conformity analysis. And it's our understanding that this project is not in a maintenance area for air conformity and therefore would not require an air conformity analysis. Again, I want to acknowledge that we did make sure that the project would maintain fiscal constraint within the long range transportation plan. Lastly, I want to note during the last TPC meeting, the RMAP update was discussed. During that time, I attempted to seek a little bit more clarification from PAG staff about how projects could be added or could be amended within the long range transportation plan while this update is going on. I was told that that violated open meeting laws and therefore we could not discuss that. So following that, the mayor requested that this item be placed on the agenda so that we could discuss the process in which the long range transportation plan could be amended and included in the long range transportation plan while simultaneously going through the RMAP update. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Questions, comments, Mayor Murphy?
Just a quick one. You mentioned a public hearing. Is that within the city or for us or what? It doesn't sound like we complied with that portion of it, or at least I'm not understanding we did. If you can clarify that.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, I will tell you my understanding of it, that the regional council is actually the body that can initiate an amendment, which will then start the clock for that comment period. So an amendment has not been initiated and therefore the public comment period has not begun.
Okay. I have an issue with this, and I'm going to be pretty broad in my statement here. Taking a couple lanes out of stone, I think causes a real problem for rapid transit. We had an idea here to expand First Avenue to 6 lanes, and it ended up being 4 and actually taking the turn lanes out of it. And then we want to take Stone Avenue and take 2 lanes out of it for rapid transit. And with all due respect, Madam Mayor, nobody rides your bus now. And that's my opinion on tolls.
Very much your opinion.
Yes.
Not factual.
But the thing I look at is taking 2 more lanes out of Stone for that traffic kind of paralleling First Avenue and Stone. I don't think that many people will ride the rapid transit, and I just don't think it will help the process. And I really have an issue with it. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Maroney. Other questions or comments?
Some follow-up.
Please.
Typically when something is brought because, not having a traffic analysis, to Mayor Honey's point on, what does it do to Oracle or even First Avenue, since we, didn't comply with the vote of the residents. I'm just not under the understanding of typically how something gets added to the RMAP, because we talked about, is there any commitment, or the RMAP allows the city on their own, to go out, or is there an expectation, that it, because I know it didn't make it through the RTA cut. Portion of it did, but not the full funding of it. So I'm just not under the understanding of how something gets added to the RMAP. And what's the normal process?
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mayor Murphy, a good question. I think what we're trying to discuss here is how do we make it possible to go through the process? And we're already doing that. We're going through the update of the long range plan. As part of that process, regardless of doing it standalone or doing it as part of the update, we update land use plan. And a project like this has a significant land use plan update that's needed to determine with higher density and transit use versus less density. So regardless of what you do, you got to update the land use plan. You got to update your traffic modeling, as Mayor Honey said. Look at the impact on the regional traffic. And then you have to update your cost estimates and make sure that your plan itself is financially constrained. So as it was responded by our transportation department director, these are significant changes. Planning, impact of traffic, as well as the financial analysis And the reason for the financial analysis, and we've talked about that before, significant cost increases to everything that's already in the plan. So everything that's already in the plan has to be updated. Revenue projections have to be updated to demonstrate that there is fiscal constraint. So regardless of how you do it, whether you do it as part of the update itself or a standalone, you got to do the same thing. And our response to Sam at his request was, how do we get there? And our response is follow the current process, and hopefully we'll get there once we follow the process. And throughout the process, obviously, we have to have the public engagement region-wide. We have to have the public hearing. So as of today, the effort is the same. You can split it and go two different directions. Either way, it's going to take almost 9 to 12 months. And either way, the response has to be, did we check land use? Did we check the traffic impact? And did we update the cost estimates and the revenue projection? We got to do it both ways. So our recommendation was continue to work at the table with the working group, the committees that are assigned to doing that, continue to work with them, and let's make sure that we get to the end goal, whatever the end goal may be. But that's how we're going to be able to respond to whether it's going to be eligible to stay in our map or not.
Mr. Chair.
Mayor Romero.
Thank you. With all due respect, Mr. Honey, Mayor Honey, you're one individual that represents Marana. We are bringing this project that could potentially bring millions of dollars into our community, not just the city, our region. And it is based on the desires of Tucsonans. I'm sorry if you're not one. But that is what Tucsonans want, not one Marana man. So I would like to ask Sam to come back, because we have done extensive engagement and research in terms of the road that we are using for the bus rapid transit system. This particular organization is to be a planning organization. This is our metropolitan planning organization. What we're trying to do is urban planning. This is what big cities do. Urban planning. And so what we'd like to do, the purpose, the mission of why we want a bus rapid transit system. One, because Tucson voters have asked us for transit options. The streetcar is a perfect example of something that had not been used in our region before. We brought the federal funds. The RTA had the vision at that time to fund it. And now we have billions of dollars because of that infrastructure, billions of dollars of private investment on that streetcar line. The BRT is a very similar concept in urban planning. Bring a mobility, a transit infrastructure, and we want to see infill investment, multi-use. How can we produce sales taxes to be able to use more into our roads, more into our public safety? This organization is responsible for urban planning. So we're asking you to help us bring federal funds for the benefit, not just of Tucson, but of the entire region. So Sam, please give us more background in terms of the fiscal constraint that we are requesting. We are saying, hey, this is how we can meet fiscal constraint by eliminating some of our own projects in our map. And then talk to us about the engagement and the research that we've done regarding using stone versus Oracle.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, members of the council, thank you for those questions. In the memo, we outlined 3 projects that could, well, actually 2 that could be reduced and 1 that could be eliminated. The first is reducing for Tucson safety improvements, $75 million reduction, eliminate RMAP ID 379.98 Stone Avenue Gateway improvements, a $15 million reduction, and then reduce funding for Suntran existing O&M by a $50 million reduction. Keep in mind, this is a long-range plan with billions and billions of dollars that are the idea is that these are conceivably the funds that are going to be in the region for this planning period. By identifying these reduction in funds and then bringing in the Tucson BRT project, the idea is that, again, we still maintain fiscal constraint. Again, our understanding is that not every single project within the RMAP would have to be updated. We would even, we discussed deflating the cost estimate of the BRT project, so that way it would match the same at the level that the projects are estimated at in the current RMAP. In regards to the question about the engagement and outreach we've done on this project, it really didn't begin with just this project. In fact, with the support of PAG, we were successful in obtaining a planning grant for equitable transit-oriented development called Norte Sur, and we're actually just wrapping up that planning document now. And what that did is it identified a 15-mile high-capacity corridor from Tucson Mall all the way to the airport. And what we found is roughly half the jobs in the region are within that high capacity transit corridor. So what the BRT project is then doing is taking that vision a step further and actually assigning the technology to achieve that vision. Bus rapid transit is similar to streetcar and light rail in that it's high capacity transit. It comes with upgraded stops, higher frequency, and can be used as an economic development tool. When we began looking at the BRT project, we did have two corridors that we analyzed, Oracle and Stone. And for really good BRT, you do have to dedicate a lane for the bus. That's the way the BRT is successful. So we looked at both Oracle and Stone Avenue. We did public outreach. We did some land use planning studies. And what we found is that Stone was the preferred alternative of the two corridors. It's just under 20,000 vehicles per day. So it's on the cusp of the FHWA's guidelines for removing a lane. It has many opportunities for land use development along that corridor, both market rate as well as affordable housing. And overall, the public supported that corridor for our locally preferred alternative. We did take the LPA to the City of Tucson's Mayor and Council, and they unanimously supported Stone Avenue. And so since that time, we have been working very closely with FTA and our project team on completing all of the environmental analysis required, the technical analysis required, beginning to look at where station stops will be, and making sure that not only the BRT can function adequately along Stone Avenue, but all nodes can function on that roadway, including cars, bicyclists, and pedestrians. Thank you, Mayor.
So another question I have is, if this project was 100% paid for by the city, I have no problem with it at all. It wouldn't be here. I'm concerned about PAG funds. And we're going to talk about them later. But we're spending PAG funds. We're going out of style. And it's getting to a point, I'm tired of doing that. And if you're looking at PAG, how much money from PAG is going to be spent on this process? Either planning or development, other than the federal monies. I love federal monies coming in, don't get me wrong. But how much do we have to spend as a catalyst to make that work? And I don't think there is any PAG money. We've already obligated PAG money. We've been spending it for 10 years, about $40 million a year to support the RTA. Now we're looking at other projects that need to be done that we need PAG money for. There is no PAG money for this project. And I'm looking at kind of where are we? I'm asking Mr. Martini or Mr. Atler or somebody, where are we going to get this money?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Mahoney, I believe Sam touched on it. If not, I'll make sure you have that specific. So the grant requires 50% match. So I believe the total is 140. So the match would be $70 million. At this point, that $70 million has not been identified. And
I'm sorry, I'm not going to let you know. May I get the floor, please?
Let's let him finish, and then I will turn to you.
Mr. Chair, again, I said, Sam, please correct me, but I believe the local match is $70 million and the total is 140. Is that correct, Sam?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, the project in total cost is 140 million. Would likely be a 50-50 split between the federal and local match. While I have the floor, I'll just say that so far the city of Tucson has used local dollars, general fund dollars, in fact, to fund the analysis and study of this project. By requesting an amendment to the RMAP, we're not seeking PAG funds. We're only asking that it be included in the long-range plan so that we can go after the federal dollars. It would be incumbent upon the city of Tucson to find a local match, and we are working on that.
And if I may add to his comments, we have options. As the city of Tucson, we have options. We have options of either we've already requested that we include it in a possible RTA next. It's right there. Or we could go at it alone as a city of Tucson and do our own half-cent sales tax and include it there. This organization, the PAG, is an urban planning. It's a metropolitan planning organization. The RMAP is basically that long-term plan. So what we're requesting by showing, by the way, the letter that I shared with you shows the fiscal constraint where we would be saying, instead of doing these projects, change them so we can include the BRT, the bus rapid transit. So we're showing you a way forward by moving our own city of Tucson projects to the side and saying we would much rather add the bus rapid transit, and that's what we're showing you. That's all. And by the way, I want to remind you that PAG funds, both federal and state, also belong to the city of Tucson, not just every other town around us. So it is not you, Mayor Homey, that decides what happens, but this board together in the interest of the region, we all have to decide how those federal and state funds are spent in our region.
General Maxwell.
I think the executive director was going to finish his response.
Oh,
Thank you.
I didn't see that.
Thank you, if you don't mind, Chair. So I still want to make sure I'm respectful and responding to Mayor Holly's question. So the fiscal constraint analysis in the RMAP would essentially capture expenditures and revenues. And therefore, by definition, if there is no commitment of that $70 million, by definition, it is capturing $70 million of regional dollars as a commitment. That's just simple math. Going back to fiscal constraint, as I said earlier, the fiscal constraint is not a simple math because it's not as straight 2 minus 2. It's updating your cost estimates to ensure that your revenue and your expenditures moving forward are updated as well. So in the absence of having the full update, you're not going to be able to demonstrate fiscal constraint. I think that's the best way to put it.
General Maxwell, and then Mayor Murphy, thank you.
Couple comments and then I'll get to the questions. First one is I think the city of Tucson has long historically shown that they've got a desire for bus rapid transit. Think about RTA 1. It had bus rapid transit on 2 lanes in Broadway. But over the time, the discussion of Broadway going to 8 or 6, that the bus rapid transit came up. So I have no doubt that the large segment of Tucson, the majority, potentially is probably, I'll take it away from potentially, make it probably, is supportive of this concept. My question is really for the executive director to get a better understanding. The RMAP is a long-range plan. I do think the city has demonstrated how you could justify fiscal constraints, so I'm a little concerned. Let me finish, please. I'm a little concerned that every time we go to an adjustment or a project thing, we're going to recalculate all the things over a 20-year plan. So I understand why the suggestion from PAG is to go, wait, we're in the process of doing the 2055. Let's include it there and do it. I understand. So here's my question. And this really, I think, applies to each one of you as mayors who have the roads you're responsible for. In ADOT, it's really clear. We're responsible and have to approve projects that are done on interstates, state routes, and non-state routes that are responsibility of ADOT. Here, what prevents any unincorporated Pima County, any of the mayors, who determines how their roads are used? I'm not saying there's not going to be an impact. That's the part that scares me about this one, but if it's in the RMAP or not, don't the cities have control over how they want to make their streets look?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Maxwell, the federal, I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm sorry, Mr. Max.
Promoted you.
Yeah, the federal requirement is to really have a good understanding of the regional system. So the emphasis is on the regional system, how the regional system operates, how there's really no imaginary lines between one city to another city or town. So that's why the model is regional. That's why it happens at the regional level, to demonstrate that the system as a whole is as efficient as possible, as safe as possible. So to answer your question, it's a challenging one, and I'll be happy to pose it to our federal partners, but their recommendation is to work through your regional process, demonstrate that you have the maximum benefit, demonstrate that you're not impacting congestion or air quality or potentially even safety and some concerns. So it's a holistic view of planning. So I would say not any one entity should be able to do something that would impact the entire system.
I understand that. My question's a little bit more specific. If it's in the RMAP and they had, in this case, $70 million that they were going to put towards the project, because the stone inside their city borders is theirs for all practical purposes. So are arterial roads controlled by PAG and RTA, or the arterial roads controlled by the city? That's my point. I know very clearly on ADOT what we have to approve.
So again, I think there's a gray area there, that the regional council and the regional plan using the RMAP process, using the TIP process, there's a lot of regional collaboration involved before those decisions are made. And I don't think the intent was ever to allow local governments to make those decisions on their own.
I mean, I obviously have concerns. I voted for the 4-lane reduction on First Avenue. I've had a lot of people that said, why do you do that? It was 6. There's a lot of folks. It's going to create some answers we're going to have to answer at RTA next. But I voted for it based in large part in the four lanes there, the 4 lanes at Stone, and the 6 lanes at Oracle. Now, this would change that, and the mayor knows that that's one of my concerns. So my question is twofold, and I know the answer to one because I already asked the mayor about it earlier today with the full disclosures. If you get this grant, does that mean, we've already established, it doesn't mean PAG and RTA monies are committed, but does that mean we are committed to bus rapid transit being on Stone one way or the other? Either the city's got to come up with 70 million, or we as a region can come up with 70 million as well. But if they say yes to that grant, does that commit us?
I think that's a better question for Sam. He knows the ins and outs of all of those conversations.
Just allow the planning, because there's 2 different sides to it. So
yeah, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, Mr. Maxwell. So when the first step in this rather long application process to apply for SIG funding includes making sure the project is in the long range transit plan. When we actually fill out the application and we complete all the steps, there is a section. In fact, the project is rated based on the merits of the project, and part of the rating criteria is financing. And so when we submit that application, what we're saying is we're committing our 50% of the project because we're asking for the other 50% from this federal program. So at that time, we have to identify that funding. And if the funds are awarded, then those funds that we identified as the local match, as I understand it, has to continue through the project to the end. So what we're doing in essence is committing whatever those dollars are, whether they're local or through some sort of sales tax, we're committing those dollars to that project if it's awarded federal funding. I don't know if there's an opportunity to come back if we don't have the money to say that we can swap money around, but I'm fairly certain you have to identify that funding upfront in your application.
Good. And I'm assuming because there won't be an RT approval by that time, there's no money in PAG dollars right now. So is it a correct assumption that the city of Tucson is going to say, you're gonna fund it.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Maxwell.
Well, about who funds it at a later date, if RTA next add that in and not approved, but for the application purposes, is that the assumption?
I looked at the mayor because I want to give her an opportunity to respond, but yes, absolutely. So the idea is that at the time of application, the city of Tucson would identify that local match and we would be committed to that, whatever that funding scenario will be. But again, we can't even make that application if the project is not included in the long range transportation plan.
And so then I guess my last question to you, Sam, I appreciate the time and your thoughtfulness on the answers is, I know we haven't started one. Have you initiated or started a travel study to support the impact or to identify the impact, improvement, or degradation of the roadway usage based on current travel uses?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Maxwell, that's correct. We've started that process. In fact, one of the elements of that traffic analysis is determining whether this would be side running or center running, because that impacts the left turns at the intersections. We've determined that side running makes the most sense in this case. And so now we've begun to do that traffic analysis. And again, because of the traffic volumes on Stone Avenue, we do believe that this has a high propensity for success, despite taking one of those lanes for bus only.
So I lied. So when do you believe you'll have the results from that study?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Maxwell, we have to have all of our work done in time for our application in August. So we're within the next few weeks. Without talking to my project team, within the next few weeks, I imagine we will have a pretty good idea of what that analysis looks like.
That's great. And I truly appreciate that. And I hope you have that information. What date is the grant due in August?
I believe, Mr. Chair, Mr. Maxwell, I believe that the final date for application to be considered in this round of Congress recommendation for projects is August 23rd, 2024. So we're coming up on that very rapidly.
Thank you. That's incredibly helpful. Executive Director McGinney, will you confirm that we are still scheduled for our next PAG RTA meeting on July 25th?
Yes, we are.
If this board approves, including the BRT program in to the RMAP, how long does it take from the date we approve it?
I'm sorry, rephrase
So
that.
what I'm asking is, I'm really big on these ones right now. It's a decision that we have to support their grant today, or can we vote on this after we get the traffic study information? We'll all have more time to go out and look at what the process is. Mayor Romero will have more time to communicate with all of us and sell us on why this is important for the region. And they're willing to take the risk of committing money when we don't know if it's going to be in RTA next, or if we don't know if it's going to be an independent tax, or we don't know yet, but they're going to commit to it. If we vote on this on July 25th, will it be to include it in the plan? Will they be able to put that on their application that it's in the plan on August 23rd?
Hopefully I understand the question correctly. So for this body to act and approve even an amendment, it takes development of the land use plan, the traffic study, as well as the financial constraint analysis. Our estimation is that takes about 9 months to complete. And that was our response. That was our response to the city. We can do it separately as a standalone revision, or we can do it as part of the update. Either way, it'll take about the same amount of time to update all that information.
So what you're saying is if we were to vote to approve it, we're violating the process?
No, I'm not saying we're violating the process. We still have to have the documentation in order for this body to act and include it in the RMAP.
So they could in theory submit their application with the language saying that this has been proved in either way, whether we prove it today or we prove it July. They could put on their document that this has been approved by approved by us as the body. Because otherwise, if you're telling me we have to have that 9 months to even be voting on it.
I believe my understanding of the requirement is that it has to be in the RMAP at the time the application is being submitted.
I'll leave that to the city because that's their responsibility if they're fine doing the plan. So I think they're good. My question to you is, we've got a motion in front of, not a motion, there's no motion, sorry, Mr. Chair, you're in charge of that. We've got an item on the agenda to consider including the bus rapid transit plan on Stone Avenue in our 2045 RMAP. And that's the top we're talking right now. But what you just told me is you don't even have the data for us for 9 months.
Correct.
And that's why I asked the question about the tip. How easy is it to make a change? Because that was important.
Long range plan is obviously a little bit more different. And the constraint really becomes the change of land use, the change of obviously configuration of both First Avenue as well as Stone. All of that has to be modeled. And then the fiscal analysis that has to be updated. We don't have any of that information currently.
When was the last time we made a change on a individual update to the RMAP?
Yeah, good question. I actually had it from another member recently. Jeanette looked into it. It looks like it was back in 2006 as a result of RTA passage.
How long did it? Oh, so it was just the individual change for all the stuff we just voted in for RTA. So we have never, since 2006.
For some reason, we're still looking at. For some reason, I had a memory of maybe there was one amendment, but we have not been able to confirm that. It's not that common. Let's put it that way.
I understand it's not that common. I wish there was a more streamlined function to even consider this because I don't know what we're looking at in the future. But identifying federal grants and external funding for any kind of investment in our transportation system, whether it's transit, roads, modernization, is critical in the future because the money for transportation systems throughout the country is drying up. So I've said it all along, Mayor Romero understands how you can get the money in the federal system. And right now, our current process to putting something in the RMAP, because the feds are going to have requirements, they want to see it on the long range planning. I get their requirement. That's going to hinder us from being agile and going out for federal funds in the future. So thank you for all, Mr. Credio. Thank you for all the time and questions.
I had a hand a while ago from Mayor Murphy. Then I had one from Mayor Romero. Now I have one from Mayor Honey. So we'll go in that order. Mayor Murphy.
Thanks. Couple of questions. So let's say the monies from RTA Next, the 70 was already in RTA 1. My understanding would be the funding would already been taken care of if it had already been in RTA 1. I think that sounds like the differential is that we haven't voted on our RTA Next, so they had to come up with matching monies locally. Next question is that correct?
If I understand the question correctly, they require a commitment of that fund. And if your question is, had RTA Next passed, then obviously it would have been a response.
Right,
yes.
Right. The second one is because there's been a lot of money asked for transit in RTA Next. And I see that 50 million has been taken out of SunTran existing operations and maintenance. Is that considered supplanting? You know, if we're given the money, I don't know where this money is coming from SunTran. I'm assuming it's from RTA. Where is the 50? What happens to the services, the operation and maintenance, if there's a $50 million reduction in SunTran?
Mr. Chair, if I may, and then Sam, please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the proposal was in the long range plan. There was $50 million for a different line item, and I believe most of it is federal dollars with some local match. And the recommendation was to eliminate that item. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the council. So the RMAP has all of the dollars that are going to be spent in the region, including federal, state, local. And so for a 20-year period, and it's pretty much all the money that you could think comes in the region is in the long range transportation plan. And so without having my staff right at my side here, what I believe is the intent of that is that likely there's probably too much money programmed over the 20-year life of that plan for SunTran operations and maintenance. And so we could adjust that number down to make some capacity for our bus rapid transit project.
And last one is to approve this. I guess I'm going back to General Maxwell's question. to approve without all of the data, the land use and all of those types of things. What are we violating if we are, from a process perspective? If we just say we're voting for it today, none of this information, you know.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, obviously, I've said this before, we're gonna do our best to comply and that's why our recommendation is to continue to work on it as part of the update that'll meet the compliance. If we do anything differently, obviously, I would recommend to you that still gonna have to comply. But what that means, by definition, means that do we have all the information available? Can we update everything? And can we make the recommendation at that time to ensure we're compliant? If we're not compliant, I wouldn't recommend it to you. But at the end of the day, really the question becomes, the effort is the same, the outcome may be the same. So I would suggest continue doing what we're doing and continue to engage with staff. And all the committees, none of the committees have had any input in this request. So we want to continue to follow our process. We have a working group that's working on the RMAP, do the modeling, do the land use update and the financial analysis. The outcome may be the same, but short of going through the process, I would not recommend doing anything that's not compliant, because now we have to submit it to FTA and FHWA, and that'll be their first question. Did you follow the process?
I'm sorry, I'd like to.
No, you're fine.
So knowing this has been on the radar of mayor and council for a really long time, what would have been, knowing there's a long time, lead time, 9 months or so, is there a reason that a lot of this wasn't accomplished earlier? So we had the ability to have all this information for us?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, that's an excellent question. I think it comes down to our understanding of the amendment process is different than what the PAG staff have presented to us. We've actually reached out to FHWA independently and asked for their input on what an amendment would take. And their explanation to us is much different than what was presented today, as well as in our response. Again, we believe an amendment only requires public outreach, demonstrating fiscal constraint. And if this was in a maintenance area or in a conformity area for air quality, and air quality analysis, but because it's not, it doesn't require an air quality analysis. The staff would be happy to work with PAG staff to figure out a way to move this much quicker. I think the sentiment is that we'd like to find a path forward, and that it's troubling to us as a jurisdiction that there is no way to add projects to long range plan outside of the update process. And so I think that's where we're just stuck right now.
Again, I guess I would be kind of with General Maxwell, for the July meeting, learning more, having more information. The study to me is really important. When you're doing the study and you were showing that the Stone Avenue impacts or not impacts, is that including also how it would affect Oracle, or how would it affect First Avenue by taking that lane out? It sounds like you understand or you're comfortable with what it does to Stone, but will this traffic analysis also show if traffic is driven, to First or Oracle, what does it do to the impacts to those roads?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, that's an excellent question. And I definitely think that we can look at a network analysis of the impacts of adding BRT. Without talking to our project team definitively, I don't know if that is something we're looking at, but I know that that's pretty common, where they look at a network-wide analysis within reason of what that's going to do to the traffic.
That's certainly give me more comfort too, General Maxwell, more than just the impact on Stone. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. Mayor Romero.
Sam, your letter dated, April 10th, you said that if we were to start the process in April, we would be able to, if we make the amendment today as a PAG board, we will be able to meet the August 2024 deadline. What did you have in mind in terms of the process, right? Because that's based on your analysis of what the FHWA has told us directly. Tell me about that timeline that you had presented back in April.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, thank you for that question. Again, what we had in mind with that April 10th letter is that formally initiating that request of an amendment, knowing though that that would have to come before this body. And I believe only the PAG Regional Council can initiate an amendment to the long range transportation plan. I think at that time it was ahead of an upcoming regional council meeting, but even knowing that there was a May regional council meeting, the idea was then that the regional council could initiate that amendment. Again, we believe it's about a 60-day public comment period. So within those 60 days, we could perform the work that needed to be done. And in time for that August deadline, have the amendment complete and the project included in the long range plan.
Can you talk about the collaboration or communication between the city of Tucson and the executive director of PAG regarding the bus rapid transit system and our communication of our interest of the BRT, either it being included in an RTA next or in our own if we go at it alone? Could you talk about that?
Mr. Chair, thank you for that question. Yes, last year we reached out, as I mentioned, in our application to the FTA to initiate project development. We did seek letters of support because that does strengthen our case for a project being added to the FTA's program into project development. We did reach out to PAG asking for a letter of support for this project. We did not receive a letter of support. I believe my recollection, our staff's recollection at that time was that the project was not included in the long range transit plan, long range transportation plan, excuse me, and therefore a letter of support could not be offered. So we were not able to get the project included at that time. This project has been discussed in all of our RTA Next conversations at great length. I've given presentations not only to the CAC, but also the TMC and possibly even the RTA board on the merits of the bus rapid transit project. At that time, I don't believe we had an alignment identified, but earlier this year, we were able to select that alignment along Stone Avenue. To date, again, there still is a lot of conversation about whether or not the BRT is included in the RTA Next plan. But that's been our position for many, many months now.
Were you told by the executive director that we needed an RMAP amendment to be able to have a letter of support from the PAG?
Mr. Chairman, I was looking for that correspondence today, could not find it. Again, our recollection is that the letter of support was denied because the project was not included in the long range transit plan. I can't recall if we were asked to initiate amendment or not at that time.
How much money are we trying to apply for with the capital improvement grant?
Mr. Chairman, we're seeking $70 million from the federal government through their capital investment grant program.
So this could possibly cost us $70 million.
That's correct.
Mayor Honey. This could possibly cost us $70 million.
Good. The thing I'm looking at, Mr. Creel, you made a state, Creel, is that correct?
Radio.
I don't want to be, you made a statement that in order to apply for the funding this year, this congressional session, federal, you needed it by a certain time. Or does that imply that this is available annually? I mean, if you don't make the time criteria, you could apply next year?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Honey, the FTA Capital Investment Grant Program is an ongoing program, but I think it is worth noting that the level at which this program is funded could vary from year to year as well as from administration to administration. So there are limited funds in the program. If you access the FTA's website, you can actually see all of the projects that are in project development. And so the need definitely outweighs the available funds. And the stronger we can make our application, the more competitive we can be for those dollars.
So a comment, I don't want to see you lose $70 million. I don't want to see you lose a penny. But it seems like we end up being on the hook. If you don't have the $70 million match, then PAG would be on the hook if it's in the plan. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Mr. Chair, Mayor, just again to be clear, there is a very extensive process there needs to be a commitment letter by the applicant. Once the applicant makes the commitment, then they can move on to future phases. If they're not able to meet their commitment, then they have to return those funds if any of those funds are spent. So it is purely a contract between the applicant and the FTA, and you know, chances are that they're gonna meet their end. If the project is selected, FTA will meet their end, but then the commitment letter identifies the project as an eligible project. Without a commitment letter, they won't spend a penny.
Mr. Chair. Since we have short amount of time to be able to apply for this capital improvement grant funds, which are $70 million on a project that we are going to include in the RMAP anyway. It is ludicrous to not have a quick process to be able to amend the RMAP when there are opportunities for federal funds in front of us. We've got to be able to be flexible enough with the appropriate comment period that if we were to be able to give direction to change the RMAP to include the bus rapid transit project that the city of Tucson is requesting, it will give us enough time to have that comment period open. And then us be able to apply in time in August 23 and 2024. This is to be able to start the comment period, no more. We're not committing to PAG funds. We are committing that the city of Tucson will look for ways to find our 50% match, but we want to be able, as the city, to have the opportunity to apply for federal funds that might not be there next year. So what I'd like to do is that I make a motion to include the bus rapid transit project and commence the amendment of the RMAP so that the city of Tucson has the opportunity to apply in August of 2024.
I will second that for discussion purposes. Also, since I've not been able to ask some of the questions that I have, some of which have been prompted by Mr. Credio's presentation. But go ahead, gentlemen.
I know Supervisor Scott, Mr. Chair, you've got a couple of good questions. What I want to understand about the motion now that we've got the second on it, as Mr. Credio was talking, what you're really looking for is the initiation of the action. It's not our final approval to include it yet. And I think there's enough disagreement between the city and the executive director gives you an opportunity to take a look at the different answers and find out what does demonstrate. You know, you've made a good case that, hey, we're moving this money and we're 2-year plan. We can talk about that money being there or not. None of it's there. It's just expected revenues. So you've made a case to say, we'll reduce by over $70 million in expected revenues and add 70 million. I'm okay with that, but I understand your concerns. But I'd like to get clarification. So I am good if the motion is to initiate the process now. It's a key differential, but it's not our final vote. And then we would initiate it. You could start your 60-day period, and based on the dates, that from 60 days from today, if we start it quickly, you're going to get the input done. We may not have all the input when we come back in July, but we'll be really close. And we can make then based on that decision, what we've learned more. I just want to make sure that this is just for the initiation, not for the final approval.
Well, I just want to make sure that would be the case. My motion is that we start the RMAP amendment request to include the city of Tucson bus rapid transit project. That commences the comment periods and starts it. And
Mayor, just to clarify, you're talking about the fiscally constrained RMAP because it's already in the RMAP database, right? With your motion?
Yes, but if I may finish my thought.
Certainly, I'm sorry.
I lost my train of thought. No pun intended. What I wanted to ask Sam was, would it be enough to be able to start the process and comment period in order for us to be able to be ready to apply in August of this year?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, again, our understanding, it's very tight, but our understanding is that because we are demonstrating a way to, or we are showing a path forward for demonstrating fiscal constraint. We're not in an area that impacts air quality, and we believe we can do that public comment period upon the initiation of that. Now, we will require some assistance from PAG staff in order to complete this amendment, and there does need to be agreement on what an amendment process looks like to be able to complete that tight window.
So that, before you weigh in, that speaks to my concern that I haven't had the chance to ask about. You mentioned that you got different input from FHWA than what you heard from PAG staff. That I think would be something of tremendous interest to everybody on this council. If you're directly contacting federal authorities and you're getting different input than what you got from PAG staff, that's a significant concern. Especially since, as you acknowledge, Mr. Mogimi, last time we did this was 18 years ago in dealing with changes brought about by RTA 1. But the other thing I wanted to ask, Mr. Credio, first of all, respond to that. Can we get that communication?
Mr. Chair, absolutely. We'd be happy to share that with you and the council.
Thank you. And have you already shared it with Mr. Mogimi or anybody on his staff?
Mr. Chair, we have not yet.
All right, well, they should see it as well. But I also wanted to ask, in Mayor Romero's letter, she mentions, and this is when I messed up her train of thought, she mentions that the project is listed in the RMAP database, project ID 35.23, but not within the fiscally constrained 2045 RMAP. Does that project ID help you in terms of moving forward with the application you need to get in by August 23rd?
Mr. Chair, it does not, because it's currently on the reserve list. And so it does need to be on the fiscally constrained plan within the long range transportation plan.
I got you. Thank you, Mr. Mogami.
Mr. Chair, if I may clarify a couple of things. So the public comment period and the public hearing requirement, that's when we actually have a product that we can put out there for public review and comment. That product takes time to develop. So when you mentioned we might meet the July deadline, even if you had a product today, you still have to put it out there for public review and comment and public hearing. So we will not be able to meet that July deadline if we had a product today. So that's the first thing. Second thing, again, when we're talking about a minor revision versus a significant change, this is a significant project. This is not just a minor revision. So when the response is coming in on, well, can we do it quickly? Yes, if it was a minor revision, but this is not considered a minor revision. And I think that's worthy of consideration.
With that in mind, just before you make your next point, how was, when you had your communication with FHWA, how was it characterized?
Mr. Chair, we described the merits of the project, the details of the project. I don't know that we talked about major versus minor, but we definitely told them it's a $140 million bus rapid transit project for the city of Tucson. So we were very explicit in the size and magnitude of the project.
So regardless, yes, we do have an amendment process. All I'm trying to make sure that everybody is aware of is that you still have to do the modeling for the land use. You still have to do the traffic modeling. You still have to do the financial analysis. All of that takes some time. And then the public process ends at the very end of this process. You put that information out in a draft form for public review and comment and public hearing. So that it's really a linear schedule.
Is it reasonable to assert, though, if you saw the communication from FHWA that went to the city, that might have some effect on what you believe to be the case today, because that strikes me as an important communication, not just for all of us to be aware of, but for you and your team to be aware of as well.
Happy to see the communication and follow up with individuals to make sure they understand that is it a minor revision or it's a more significant update or a revision. Again, ultimately, it's up to this body to decide, is this a minor revision or not? But without that information, it's difficult for you to make that decision.
Well, and we can't make, this has come up before, we can't make decisions in a vacuum. You know, we have to have all facts
So we need that
in consideration.
Just a question for Mr. Credio. When you submit federal grant applications to the FTA, the CIG grant being one of them, do you just tell them, give me $140 million, or do you have to have an explanation as to how all of the engineering work we've done, all of the engagement? Tell me what the application process has to, what do we have to prove to the federal government that this is a worthy project?
Mr. Chair, excellent question. There's a lot of work involved. It's very labor intensive. We have a project design team as well as city staff working on this, and we have to perform analysis such as the traffic analysis I described earlier. The environmental analysis, we have to go through the National Environmental Protection Act, NEPA, to make sure the project clears NEPA. We have to demonstrate that the city can not only complete this project, build it, but then operate and maintain it afterwards. We have to demonstrate that there's ridership to support a project like this. And all of this goes into our federal rating for the SIG program. The rating scale is based on low, medium, and high. And so anywhere we can strengthen our application so we can have a medium or higher rating goes into that application process. And the funding, again, is one component, as well as some of those other elements I discussed.
So, Mr. Chair, the reason I asked that question is because that same information can come to this board, proving traffic modeling, engineering work, environmental work. These are 250-page documents that have all of the information that anyone would ever want to know about a bus rapid transit project in an urban setting. And the reason I'm saying that is because that information can be provided to this board so that we can prove that this project is worthy of putting in the RMAP. What we are requesting, what we, the city of Tucson, is requesting is an opportunity, and we're showing fiscal constraint. We're saying this is how we could get it done. This is how we can include it in the RMAP. And we're requesting an opportunity to be able to move forward so that we can apply for a $70 million federal grant to bring to our region. I don't think that is something that we should be denied as a city, because there's differences in what we understand as the process to put an amendment in the RMAP. Any town in this region should be able to act quickly to be able to try and apply for federal funds and bring them to our region. So I would again like to offer that we have all of this information in our July meeting so that we can provide, or maybe even before, whenever we have it ready, so that we can provide it to the board to be able to have the opportunity to apply for those funds this year. Because like we said, waiting until next year might have a very different picture in terms of the federal funds available for this type of project. So it could cost us $70 million if we wait.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy.
Just a question. I don't know if it's comparable to a zoning because the public hearing that's attached to it. but it just feels like when you're rezoning a property, you just can't go to a public hearing. You have to have all of the documentation, the evidence on why, why you're rezoning. Is it a Circle K? Is it a whatever? To allow the public, and maybe this is more of a question for Thomas. So, how much has to be in there to make it a fair, legal, public hearing? And then I was wrong on the public hearing question earlier, but just as a point of clarification for Thomas, because our agendas are very particular and for the public, for open meeting laws and such. And it was only put on here for discussion. In town, we can't vote on something that it isn't included as discussion and possible action because it doesn't allow the.
Mayor Murphy, pardon me for interrupting. I asked that question because when I submitted the item to Mr. Mogini at the request of Mayor Romero, it was posted as an information item. And I thought that meant that we could not vote on it. He assured me that because of the language at the top of our agenda, that we are able to do that. And what am I leaving out, Mr.
No, if I may, I just thank you for that. I just want to add, so as you recall, we want to make sure that you have the maximum flexibility to provide direction or action at any meeting on any agenda item. So we do our best to keep it flexible with a notice on top. And then obviously working with Thomas, we'll look at the language on each item to make sure that enough information is provided for the public to understand what's being discussed. So it's an important clarification. What we call action item is when you actually have staff recommendation, if something has gone through our process and we put it on there with a suggested motion. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that's what we call action item. Otherwise, everything else that's on here is at your pleasure. You can discuss, we give direction, act on, and that's noticed on the top.
Thanks. I just wanted that clarification. I don't want to vote on something that, isn't legal, so to speak. But could you touch on your opinion? Because I know public hearings are very specific on, is it ready? Getting back to a zoning, we can't just usually throw something on an agenda.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Chair, members of the council, Mayor Murphy, you certainly have to have a pretty realized product so that the public can have meaningful input on it. If you don't have that, then you're probably not going to get meaningful input, and that could be a problem. And I would say it would be a problem if you didn't have something pretty fully described.
If I may just add to that, similar to the public hearing we just had on the agenda earlier, we have the entire document in there as a draft. We provided opportunity for public comment. It was advertised. So the public had an opportunity to review the document and comment on it. We collected the comments, provided responses before the public hearing. So it'll be a similar process.
Mayor Winfield? Well, I'm sorry, Mayor Murphy.
You have concerns based on the motion and the second on, it feels like it's a semi, vote sort of on it, to allow or.
Well, Mr. Chair, members of the council, I'm okay with the agenda language that we have moving forward as proposed.
Thank you. Mayor Winfield?
In terms of just timing, Mr. Mogami, noticing the public, it has to be noticed 30 days in advance or 60 days or?
My understanding of it is that it's a 30-day comment period once you have a product. So we won't have a product for another potentially 6 months plus. At that point, you put the product out for public comment period, and then you hold a public hearing following that.
I need some clarification on the product. Is there a product, Sam, or not?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Winfield, I think that question's best for the executive director in terms of the product he's talking about. We will have project documents, we have alignments, we have traffic studies, environmental documents. So in terms of our product, we do have material. I'm not exactly sure what the product the executive director is speaking of.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Winfield, the product that we need to produce is that regional model, update regional land use, develop the model itself. Obviously, with the information they have, we want to make sure that the information is in alignment. And then it's the financial analysis to demonstrate there's financial constraint within the whole plan. So financial constraint isn't just isolated to one or two projects, it's the entire plan. Once we have that document, whether it's a standalone document or the update, that document itself is the product that we put out for public review and comment with all the supporting materials.
Okay, so the product that the city has is not,
It's not the same.
it's not the same. And the product that you're talking about, who develops that product?
PAG would have to develop that product, which is again, land use model, traffic studies, traffic analysis, financial analysis. We put a product together and that's the product that has to go out for public review and comment.
This is again why I'm really looking forward to seeing that communication from FHWA. General Maxwell.
So I right now, that communication's got a big part of it, and my question really is for Sam and probably for Mayor Romero as well, but I think Sam's gonna be the one. I agree with putting things together. You caught me off guard with NEPA, because if you're actually doing a NEPA study with it of some sort, you believe you're gonna have all that information. I mean, you just said probably about a month roughly on the traffic study. You've got more time on, I don't know when you're gonna have the NEPA study. So the product that you think is sufficient to both to present to us to then vote to actually incorporate this into the RMAP, because you need it incorporated into the RMAP to apply. And knowing you have to have that product before you can even begin do you honestly believe that you can have your product, the proper notification, the proper period for the public comment, that done, and to us in time to meet your current deadline? But whether they think that's right or wrong is different right now. I just want to know if you really think that you can get all that done, because it just, right now, that's the thing that's scaring me more than anything, is that you're on a tight time.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Maxwell, the best way I can answer that is on April 10th, we made a request to initiate the amendment. And so we were full well ready to start that process and be ready to present that product at the appropriate time. So, and ultimately we have to have everything done by August anyway. So we will be ready, and we will
with a product, but not necessarily through the public comment period. And I agree with you. If this had been acted on at our April meeting, we have an April meeting? Yeah, I think we didn't.
No.
That was only our
special.
So it would have had to be acted on somehow before. Yeah, it was had to be acted on some way outside of our normal meeting process. That's my biggest concern right now, is I'm not even sure, based on what your understanding is, that you're going to have, if we can get there, Mayor. I don't know.
I have a point I have to make. This executive director always puts the city of Tucson in an absolutely different space than what is expected of any other town that is sitting around this table. So you're meaning that back in 2006, when the RTA one passed, you had all of this information, land use changes, all of the product in that amendment at that time was a list of projects and a modeling of how we were going to pay for it. That amendment did not request what you are asking of the city of Tucson today, sir. RMAP, to include a project in RMAP, you have to be able to demonstrate fiscal constraint. We are doing that. We are saying that by August, we are going to have much more information. We can share as much information as we possibly can in July. But you're saying that back in 2006, you had all of this information, environmental work, urban changes, everything that you're requesting from the city of Tucson to do this amendment? Who are you trying to kid? Who are you trying to kid here? In order to change the RMAP, the 50-year plan, you're telling me that all of the projects in RMAP have everything that you're requesting from the city of Tucson today? That's what you're saying? That all of those projects have all of that information you're asking us to do? What we know an RMAP change, an amendment has, is the demonstrating fiscal constraint, provide an opportunity for public input, and in non-attainment and maintenance areas to demonstrate air quality conformity. And in that particular piece, we don't have to demonstrate. So I have no idea what you're inventing right now.
So Chair.
This is again why I think it's important to have that communication that the city got from the FHWA. I'm gonna allow Mr. Mogimi to respond, and then Mayor Romero's called the question.
So, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero again, on that process includes land use modeling as well as traffic studies and traffic analysis, as well as financial constraint analysis, as well as quality conformity. So I don't have a 2006 amendment in front of me, but I'm willing to bet if you look at it, those projects were included in the land use model, as well as the traffic analysis, as well as the financial analysis and conformity. That's the standard practice in long-range planning efforts. Be happy to follow up with.
You're saying that every project in the long-range plan has everything that you're asking the city of Tucson to demonstrate to you right now?
Correct. The one we just updated back in 2020, that's the level of effort we need. That's the product we need to demonstrate that the project is consistent. And that's why it's defined as constrained within the plan or reserve. So anything that's in the reserve has not gone through the modeling process because it just didn't get into the in-plan list of projects.
Mayor, I know you've called the vote. I want to hear what exactly it is we're voting on. If it's inclusion or just start the process and then we're gonna get all that information to make the final decision of the July meeting. I'm upfront, I'm fine with that. Let's keep the ball rolling because you were up against the deadline and I'm good with that. But if this is the vote that we're voting today, that this is going in the RMAP, I've got a little more concern because we don't even have an agreement if we've got a path to there. So I love the idea of getting that information and being able to assess it. I'd like to support going forward, but I just need the motion so I'm clear from with the legal, what we are actually today voting on.
Well, I need the input from Sam because I need to make sure that if we commence the process of including this project in the RMAP, if that is going to be enough for the FTA to be able to accept it. And I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I mean, we start the process in order to hit the 30 days, but I don't know exactly what you need, Sam.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, we can certainly check with the FTA, but I think the important, again, and what the ask was today is we initiate the process.
I'm good with
for an amendment to start the process and try to complete the work that needs to be done to include this in the long range plan. If we run up against the deadline, we will certainly have a conversation with our partners at FTA to see if the fact that we're in the process, does that qualify? I can't speak to that, but without initiating the process, we know we can't apply in August because it's not currently in the RMAP.
Can we also, I know you're going to share the communication that the city got from FHWA with us and with PAG staff. Would that also be instructive to their counterparts at FTA? Or is that not something you could answer right now?
Mr. Chair, I don't know that I can answer that right now. I'll look into that.
Check into that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right.
Mayor Romero, Mr. Chair.
You're fine.
Thank you. I'd like to submit a friendly amendment or to change the wording to initiation of inclusion of bus rapid transit down Stone Avenue into the RMAP. Because I think you'll find you probably got a lot, I believe, even listening to Mr. doing yeoman's work on this one. Yeoman's work to keep it in line and get it going. I think we're lacking significant information that will be available at the July meeting for us to make a proper decision, to include the exploration of the FWA, the FHWA conversation, and that will give all of us better understanding of what we're proving.
Mr. Maxwell, the city of Tucson has to at least be able to present to the FTA that the process, and we don't even know this, that the process of including this project in the RMAP, in the long range plan, has commenced.
Good.
If we cannot say that, then we are going to lose the opportunity to bring in $70 million. So I absolutely understand what you're trying to do, that we at least commence. But we've got to be able to, by August, when we submit that application, we've got to be able to say, we're in the process of including this in the long range plan. And I don't know, and Sam will have to ask, but the process has to commence. We cannot play with time or have any games from staff. They need to be able to be a good partner and start the process so that we can complete the comment period and be able to be in a position of checking the box in August.
And I'm completely on board with that. That's why I just want to make sure the motion that you actually made, it was a long time ago in this discussion, what the statement that there was just that, to commence the process.
That was the language that you used. Yeah.
I'm good with that language. That if we're talking about the initiation, and then in July, we'll have more information and the process will either keep rolling, or at that time, we might say it's not going to be, either because of the communication, and I'm going to ask both Executive Director and Mr. Credo to have that communication, start working out what is viable, because I do believe that the current process is fairly onerous. And I want to see that streamlined, because the federal application process doesn't wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think we can do a voice vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And I believe.
No.
I'm going to adjourn this meeting.
Wow.
You just keep taking all the RTA time. I can see that. That's good.
be here later tonight. There's a lot of important stuff on the agenda today. We've lost Mayor Diaz. I'm not going to have an official roll call made, but I want to confirm we have no members online. Okay. So we have the 6 of us. We still consist of a quorum. So we will, and there are some very important issues to discuss. So we'll get the ones that we think are ourselves. We're gonna have to be flexible. Brown, you initially call the audience, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have no speakers for the call to the audience.
We've got meeting summary.
Move to approve.
Do you have any discussion?
All those in favor of approving meeting summaries?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, they are approved on the unanimous approval. Mr. McGee, is there anything on the consent items for information that you'd like to point out to us?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, no, again, thanks for the reminder. Mayor Winfield will make sure those descriptions are back on those.
Thank you.
All right, in that case, we'll continue to move on and looking at time. Can you present to us agreements for consideration today?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good to see everybody. I'm going to fly through this to hopefully help speed things along on that. You have 3 intergovernmental agreements in front of you with the respective towns from Sahuarita, City of Tucson, and Pima County. They are for what we call the RTAG projects. We brought these to you before. They're a funding allocation that is specifically designated for bike and pedestrian facilities. It's competitive driven process. So following the award that was made to each of the respective jurisdictions on the successful projects, we worked very closely with them to then identify the specific details associated where we go in the agreements, setting the stage then for the TIP amendments to be able to get everything up and running as fast as possible. So we've worked closely with the staff, the jurisdictions to make sure we got the proper details that match their delivery intentions. And so we're here to present those to you for your formal approval, and then they'll be passed on to the respective entities for their hearings in front of their respective bodies.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a move to approve by Mayor Winfield, second by Mayor Romero. Any further discussion?
All right, Mr. Chair.
We're breaking my spirit. It's a discussion point, just you know what I was hoping for.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis, on September 6th of 2023, the RTAG call for projects for fiscal years 2025 and 2026 were put out. And the total amount of funding available in the call back in September of 2023 was $5,794,273. $5,464,000 was federal funding, and then there was $330,273 from RTA. At the May 15, 2024 TPC meeting, the 4 projects, and I see 3 here, that received RTAG funding were presented. The total cost for these projects is $3,566,000. Our understanding is they didn't receive qualified applications for all the funds. So our question is, will there be another call for projects to distribute the remaining 2.2 million? If not, how will those funds be used?
Oh my gosh, you hit the one question I probably couldn't handle. That's going to be up to Jamie Brown as the director, or Les Farhad. Do you want to try to tackle that?
I'll open it up, and then Jamie hopefully has the more specifics. So Supervisor Scott, Chairman. So typically what we do in situations like that, which is very uncommon, we go back, recalculate and determine how much is potentially available, and then put out a supplemental call for projects. I don't know the amounts. We have to go through that calculation. Jamie, anything you want to add to that?
Mr. Chair, DBRT Board. David Zinda is our liaison with the federal funding and the balancing of all of our federal programs across all of our, transportation alternatives, SDBG, all of that. And we work closely with our federal partners to make sure that we don't lose any funds to the region. The memo in September was our cap at the maximum that we thought we could award. And then in the end of the federal fiscal year in October. After that, we received our new federal ledgers, and there was actually a reduction in our SDBG for the region. So since then, we've rebalanced our federal funding, and we're working with ADOT to make sure that we, obligate all that we need for our OWP. And also, if there are funds that are available for programming, we can revisit that, but we need to get through this federal fiscal year first.
So there's, I'm sorry, Mr.
I was just gonna add, and I did send out a memo related to that reduction in the SDBG. So it is a moving target. We're continuously looking at opportunities to ensure that we don't lose funds. But again, if there is any supplemental funds available, we put out a call for projects.
So just to make sure I'm clear, the total amount of funding available in the call was close to 5.8 million. There's not an additional 2.2 million to distribute based on the original call amount from September 2023.
No, there's not, Mr. Chair. So we look across several federal fiscal years to balance our program. And so we can choose to obligate for our OWP over $4 million, which fiscal year we choose. And so we're making sure we don't lose any funds to the region by obligating those federal funds. Now, once we get to the fiscal year, we get a new federal ledger. It might show that we have additional federal funds that wouldn't be restricted or committed to the OWP, at which time we can open up for a call for the.
So the cap is not the amount, it's the amount that we could get. Is that what you're saying?
It was the funds available at the time in last summer that we thought we could program across transportation alternatives and lower population band SDBG. And since that time, we've worked with our contacts at ADOT Federal Finance to make sure that, given those adjustments, the reduction in SDBG plus what was awarded, that we're going to obligate all of our federal funds this federal fiscal year. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just to clarify.
Please, Mr. Chair.
Just to clarify something, you notice that there are only 3 listings. The town of Sahuarita was awarded 2 projects. They're administering those 2 projects as 1 project. So yes, what was presented to the TPC was 4 awards, but the 2 Sahuarita awards are being administered as 1. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All right. Hearing none, we have a motion second. I call the vote. Aye. Say aye. All those opposed? Unanimous. Now we move on. All right, Mr. Mogini, I want to bring this over to you for presentation, and I know you're seeking approval of the resolution for the budget for fiscal year 2020.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'll try to be brief, and I'll ask James to come up and provide the quick presentation. Just want to acknowledge that we received some questions from Supervisor Scott. That's on the table next to your materials. And the request was to provide responses in writing. So we'll follow up with the memo with the responses in writing. Other than that, James, please go ahead and provide the overview.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mogimi. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is James Tao. I am the budget manager for the RTA. I'm pleased to present the fiscal year 2024-2025 RTA recommended budget. This year's budget preparation has been similar to previous budget cycles. We began with preparation of revenue estimates and budget development to closely resemble the Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP, and any intergovernmental agreements or IGAs in process. This year's recommended budget is utilizing the proposed 2025 to 2029 TIP as its foundation. Budget adoption is required prior to July 1st, and following adoption of the budget, we begin the process of rollover or carry forward of unexpended funds following the close of the fiscal year on June 30th. Excise tax or transaction privilege tax revenue collections have been stronger than projected, with collections averaging almost $10.3 million per month and a year-over-year growth of 3.7%. The Eller Business and Research Center projection for FY 2024 was just over $119 million, and through April, nearly $103 million had been collected. Eller's FY 2025 projection forecasts almost 127 million in TPT revenue, with other revenues projected to be about $11.3 million. Total revenues are projected at $138,122,000. As I mentioned earlier, we began the budget process with a TIP as our foundation for programming dollars to projects. Although not always a mirror of the TIP in the short term, the budget and TIP very closely relate to one another. For FY 2025, the roadway element is the largest part of the budget, with $51,866,000 programmed, while environmental and economic vitality and the transit element show total budgets of $640,000 and nearly $32.2 million respectively. Two items were inadvertently omitted from the budget summary in your packet. Ballot 18 Grant Road with $12,675,000 of programming, and ballot 49 Express Service Expansion with $1,960,000 of programming in FY 2025. Although the items are not visible, the amounts were included with the totals listed. Our debt service is reduced to $15.2 million in FY 2025, thanks to the recent retirement of 2014 bonds. The total RTA budget for fiscal year 2025 is $104,937,657. To reiterate, our estimated revenues are just over $138 million. Expenditures are estimated to be nearly $105 million, with revenues projected to exceed expenditures following the RTA policy of reserving 10% of TPT revenue leaves an estimated $20.5 million of restricted funds at the board's discretion. Committed rollover balances refer to dollars programmed to projects during previous budget cycles. For a variety of reasons, these dollars remain unspent and may appear as a resource for projects in need. But those dollars are encumbered to projects such as the 22nd Street overpass, Houghton Road, Silverbell Road, and Valencia East. These are binding obligations, unavailable to be reprogrammed or expended by another project. Through FY 2023, our committed fund balance for elements 1 through 3 was $134.6 million. While our anticipated rollover of dollars already committed to projects from the current fiscal year budget adds another $49.6 million. Following our rollover period this summer, we anticipate over $184 million pledged to specific projects through board authorization during previous budget adoptions and or binding intergovernmental agreements or IGAs. And consistent with the recommendations of the RTA audit, RTA staff will continue to coordinate regularly with lead agencies for updated cost and cash flow estimates. Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation, and thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, so anybody from the floor have any questions? We'll go right down the line, Mayor Winfield, Mayor Murphy, Mayor Romero.
With that large amount rollover, is there any threat to that being swept by the state, or are there any HERF funds connected with that, or is that?
There are HERF funds, and there's always a potential that they could be swept. That's not included in these numbers. They're not a part of the RTA budget because we just focus on TPT, of course. But that always is a possibility that they could pull those funds back.
And are there some HERF funds that have been reserved or earmarked as part of these projects that you said were encumbered with RTA?
There certainly are HERF funds in the memo. I believe it points out that it's over $80 million. And
how much? Sorry,
over 80 million.
80.
They were programmed on, I believe, 7 projects, 6 with the city and 1 with Marana.
Do we have the likelihood of projects being in the next few years?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mayor Winfield, we had that discussion recently with our partners at ADOT. I think at this point they feel cautiously optimistic that sweeping of HERFs may not happen, but they're still watching it closely. We're watching it closely as well. The budget deficit for the state has been reduced quite a bit recently, so yet to be seen. I'm always concerned because that was done for almost 10 years straight. And some of the folks that I'm talking to, they still believe that potentially is part of the solution. I have not seen any strong movement in that direction, but it could potentially happen.
The briefings we've received, Mayor Winfield, at the ADOT board has been, again, cautiously optimistic. They have not heard much of anything about sweeps from the HERF funds. What they are concerned with is clawbacks of some of the money that were given through the last year's legislative budget, where they went out and gave money to different communities and municipalities and entities for projects. There is some concern that those will come up. Probably I hear more about that than I do about the HERF sweep. So I think we're okay on the HERF side as of now. But right now the budget negotiations are moving pretty slow. So we'll have to need all the folks that we have up there with ears to the discussions to keep us informed. Mayor Murphy.
You mentioned 6 city and 1 Marana project.
Yes.
As part of the rollover. Is there a breakdown on how many of those have either been, or are we just rolling it, from the previous year with no start time? Or do we have some expectation that some of those will be completed?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, I don't have a list in front of me. I do know that actually Rick Ellis could probably comment more on the where those projects are as it relates to construction activities.
Sorry, could you ask that again?
Yeah, the 6 city and the 1 Marana project that rolled over. Is there an expectation that some or any of those will be complete, or have they been just kind of rolling?
Oh, no, they've been making good progress. We've got 3 of them that I think are going to be stacked up fairly quickly to go to construction or go to advertisement on those. So we're watching those closely to get specific timeframes on those. And then trying to remember off the top of my head where the rest of them are at. I think in later stages of design, at least a 60% level and moving forward. So they're all in various states of progress, and we expect them to be breaking free over the next 6 months and then extend out over the next couple of years.
Great, thanks.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to check in here related to Mayor Murphy's question. The anticipated shortfall to deliver the RTA 1 projects is not here. So there's nothing really that we can compare to the rollovers and how much we've assigned to whatever the expenditures we still need to do for the RTA 1 projects. So is that going to be considered separately, or how do we compare rollovers to the projects that are in process to the projects that still need to commence and their cost to complete?
So, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, the reserved amount of $20.5 million that you're estimating, those can be allocated at the board's discretion for any project, but we also have to consider that projects that are either will be in construction shortly or currently will need further augmentations. So in the short term, so that's just something to consider there. So it would be sufficient with $20.5 million based on our understanding of where the projects are. They're going to construction or currently constructed. Those funds would be absorbed by the current projects and would not be available.
Right, so you're showing us $20 million overage, but it's really not. Okay, so to that vein, Mr. Chair, I know that we asked months ago to include a cost to complete for our remaining projects as a standing agenda item. I think that would be good starting next month, if possible, Mr. Chair, so that we can make these decisions in terms of what's rolling over, what is an overage in terms of the budget, and where we as a board can start putting those funds towards. So related but not related to the budget, it would be for the benefit of everyone, especially the public, to have a cost to complete for our remaining projects agenda item as compared to our budget.
Mayor, I appreciate those comments because I do agree. There's been a lot more discussion as we've been going through, and we've made a lot of progress on the RTA next. We're getting closer, but there's a lot more concern as we're coming into the home stretch on what are we going to do with the RTA 1 projects. And yes, the executive directors laid out the plan to get all of our compliance issues, but what does that really mean to us on total cost to complete? Because even if we break ground, and if we don't have enough funds obligated, it may play over into RTA next, where we'll still be using RTA 1 dollars to execute. So I do agree. I think we need to get that. I would absolutely support if there was a motion to add as a standing briefing item on the RTA next being an update on those remaining projects. And it's going to have to start. The first one will be longer because we need the cost to complete and the current plan of where those funds are going to come. And it is a little awkward. So I'd say let's wait on that motion, maybe possibly till after we address this budget. I have a follow-up question though, related to the current RTA projects. So what I heard you say, and correct me if I didn't hear it right, we've got 25 million in restricted funds, unrestricted funds that the board could use based on the revenue estimates versus what we see as our outlays. Was that a correct statement?
Mr. Chair, General Maxwell, yes, that it's correct in the sense that those are what we refer to as restricted funds, and those from the board, they are at the board's discretion. It's 20.5 million, I believe, and that's based on our current projection for expenditures through the fiscal year. We won't have an exact number until rollover meetings in August or so, and then also when we see our final revenue numbers. But again, those dollars, although they can be programmed at the board's discretion, there are projects with very immediate needs to get through the construction phase. So it's just important to consider those, and that's probably where it would be eaten up.
Understand, and I guess that Mr. Mogimi, maybe that's a better question for you to answer. We see that our revenues are exceeding what we're anticipate spending, and as we've talked a lot, we're trying to find out where all the money is that we can use towards finishing these projects in RTA 1. I'm going to ask it 2 ways. One, is there a reason to leave it sitting and not taking action towards our process? And 2, if it does, is it really creating funds for us through strong, solid investments to make sure we're not losing money on it? Because idle money is losing.
Mr. Chair, again, these are projected revenues into the future, so we haven't collected the revenue yet. But as you recall, and we're probably going to discuss this a little bit further, there's some legislative issues that we need to address before the board can take action on how to allocate those funds. So that's why it's at the board's discretion to make that decision at a later time.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions they want for the budget? Sorry. And by the way, I want to do a couple quick cleanup items real quick. There was no call to the audience, but we did receive 2 letters that have been distributed to all the board members regarding the comments made during the call to the audience on the RTA. And the other thing is on this issue, Supervisor Scott, you submitted a pretty thorough 7-question, which I think we all have copies of the 7 questions that the county submitted regarding the budget. And I want to give you an opportunity to follow up with any other questions, or if you want to inquire about any of these before we then consider approving the budget.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. And we got the budget in the packet, just like all of the rest of you did, and had the opportunity to go through it and came up with the questions that we've submitted, but we were not able to get together as a county team until the packet came out, look at the budget, come up with these questions. Yesterday, I sent them to Mr. Mogimi and Ms. Ontiveros this morning. I've heard some of these same questions from some of you orally during this discussion. So we're comfortable getting written responses later on, and we asked that those written responses be shared with all of you as well. But the reason I asked to be called on is with regard to the budget development processes for both RTA board and the regional council. Perhaps there needs to be some preliminary discussion with us as an entity so that we can maybe ask some of these same questions earlier in the process rather than when the budget is before us for approval. I know that that's similar to the process that we follow at the county, probably similar to the process that all of you follow when developing budgets for your jurisdictions. It's just, I'd rather have the opportunity earlier on for members or members with input from staff to be able to ask questions like this.
If I may respond to that, thank you. And so the TIP process provides that opportunity. So going through the TIP process with the committees and ultimately management. So what you see in the RTA budget is exactly reflecting what was in the recommended TIP that was adopted earlier today, as well as any IGAs we have had previously approved by the board. So it's really kind of making sure that we have a budget that's consistent with those additional IGAs and the TIP. So they have been involved within the TIP context. I guess that's probably the best way to put it.
I appreciate that and value that, especially since you're getting that kind of input throughout the process. But these questions are obviously generated by people working with me who were involved in those processes. So I think that's something that we need to take a closer look at.
Of course.
I am going to steal one of your questions because I really like it, and I did not. If you, Mr. Tope, you covered it, and I missed it. I apologize. But one of the things that we always talk about is you have the by ballot report versus the by element reports, and it's $14 million. What is the difference on that? Why is it listed? Because we always talk about there's inflation and other items listed in. You know, when we talk about the ballot numbers that went to the voters, and then what?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I missed the first part of your comment. Can you repeat that first part?
On the total expenditures, you've got your by ballot and by element.
Oh, okay.
The two numbers are that $14 million apart. What is the difference?
Yeah, so James does a great job of tracking all of these, and the way we're tracking it may not convey as well as we like it to, but by definition, obviously, we're tracking what was in the ballot and how much revenues is going towards the ballot amount, and then what we call the supplemental amount, which is above and beyond what was in the ballot. So that's for each element. So you get the roadway element, transit element. So that's James's way of tracking it, but please do add anything you want to add to that.
Mr. Chair, General Maxwell, that was where the two items were omitted for the ballot line, so the totals didn't match up with the projects listed. But if you add in Grant Road and then the one transit piece, ballot 49, then the total budget numbers match on both by element and the by ballot sheet. I apologize for that. There was some confusion, so a couple of lines were hidden, but the totals weren't altered. Okay. The pivot table were the same, it's just the lines were hidden. So the total budget is still 104 million and 104,937,657. Both sheets should match.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I love spreadsheets. All right. Mayor Romero.
I had a similar question than Supervisor Scott. Why did the debt service decrease so much? And what is the remaining balance?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero. So last year when we developed the budget, we had anticipated to pay down the entire balance. We went through an analysis. That's one of your questions as well. We went through an analysis and determined that we're actually earning more interest on the interest that was due. So we only paid what we had to pay in fiscal year 24. And then the balance in fiscal year 25 is roughly 15 million and another 15 million in fiscal year 26.
The other question we had is, why did Sun Shuttle double in funding?
Mr. Chair, or Mayor, I would have to defer to the grant team to answer that.
I can take, again, I'll take a stab at it. So TIP process, go through the working group, with the transit working group. We've identified where the needs are and obviously directly related to our contract and the expenditures. Demand has picked up and in the TIP that was approved earlier today, we're anticipating that additional cost. But Rio, help, anything you want to add to that?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, thank you for the question. We have a couple of influencing factors on the increase in Sun Shuttle cost, mainly that our drivers or operators have voted to form a union. And that is going to, and we're going to enter negotiations shortly, or excuse me, our contractor will enter negotiations. And they're projecting a 4% increase in cost for all ballots that pertain to Sun Shuttle and Sun Shuttle Dial Ride.
I agree with Supervisor Scott that the board should have been given much more initial information to be able to note these changes. Totally understand that there are changes, but I think that on the mayor at the Tucson Mayor and Council, we've been discussing the budget since January. So very unlike what we do at the city to have this at the last minute in the material, no opportunity to be able to analyze the changes. Another thing that we had and that we were wondering about, the Grant Road 3-4 piece is not included in the budget. We need to know why, because we've kicked off that project and have started that piece of Grant Road.
So, Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, that was one of the lines that was omitted from the ballot sheet, but it's in the totals, the 104,937 total. So for fiscal 25, Grant Road 3 and 4 has over $12 million programmed in augmented dollars, new funding. It's fully IGA'd. So again, that was just an inadvertent omission. It is within the 104,937,657 number. So it is a part of the fiscal 25 budget, in addition to dollars that were previously programmed.
And if I may add, it's in the handout that you have on the second page. Project number 18. Oh, it's project number 18. It's in the handout, yes.
So it should be shown again, yes, in the corrected version.
Yeah.
So it was included in the total, but somehow the spreadsheet didn't have that line shown.
That would have been a good one for us to catch earlier. So this is the actual budget with all the lines of this.
Correct. And thanks to Supervisor Scott, he asked a question this morning and we noticed that that line was not visible.
So the handout, you didn't catch it. The handout's the one that's got all the lines on it, and now I see Grant Road.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the total is correct.
Okay, and I know the question's already asked by Supervisor Scott. So since we have so much money that we do carry over year to year, and we're assuming it's being put to use on some sort of with an investment strategy, I don't expect the answer now, but I look forward to the answer, because what I heard you just say is we're paying less debt or less interest on our debt than we're collecting. So that's why we're delaying paying off debt. Generally, I think we'd all agree to get rid of the debt when you can. But I look forward to the answer on that one, of course, is the bottom line. Mayor,
When you mentioned the supplemental and grant, can you just give me an example? Is that ag money or unless I misunderstood you?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, those were RTA TPT dollars. And that was an augmented amount, of the project in excess of the ballot amount for Grant Road.
Thanks.
If I may add to that again, so the project was bid earlier this year, and the request was to provide additional RTA supplemental funds for that cost increase over the estimate. So that's where the 12 million came from.
Thanks.
anybody on the board, any other questions? All right, hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the budget?
Approve the budget.
Second.
Okay, we have a first by Mayor Murphy, a second by Mayor Linfield. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
You like to explain your vote?
No.
Remember? Okay. When we have a long early meeting, then we don't get as much explanations.
I want to save us some time.
Okay. I appreciate the saving of time. Based on that, during the budget discussion, we did talk a bit about getting an updated cost to complete all the remaining RTA dollars. There's been a lot of discussion both in the community and amongst all of our different entities that we represent about our RTA one. So I am open if somebody wants to make a motion to add a standing agenda item of both the cost to complete and the progress being made on the remaining RTA one projects.
I'll second the motion.
Have a motion from Mayor Murphy, second from Mayor Romero.
And
That
Mr.
would
Chair,
be monthly or
It's going to be with every RTA meeting. Every RTA meeting. So in other words, a standing agenda item for our RTA.
It's weekly for you, Mayor Honey, so you don't.
so just for clarity, cost to complete agenda item for our remaining projects in our.
And along, and I added to that concept, the progress.
Yes.
As well. So that basically we're getting an RTA one updated every RTA meeting.
Yes.
Because we are coming in game. And that way we will identify any problems we're having early. And I think that has led to some of the what I'd say slowdown we'll get on RTA next at this point. So got a motion, got a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, so noted, and Mr. McGee, make sure that happens.
Of course, we'll be
Going forward. All right, the next one's, we've got time allocated for RTA next plan and development, and we've got effectively the standard verbiage there. Mr. Mogini, I don't know if you want to say anything to set it up, or if you just want us to go into our discussion.
Be happy to answer any questions. Again, just want to remind you that there were 3 proposals. All 3 are in your packet, and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so at this point, I'd like to first off throw out something that I want to recognize. We've come a long way. I really believe that. I believe we're closer than we might think we are, but we're getting to the hard part where it's the specific details. There is not any additional recommendations, so we're not going to add a 4th column to our plans right now. We get 3, but I want to make sure that we recognize that this will be the last RTA meeting where City Manager Michael Ortega is still in that role at the city of Tucson. I just want to acknowledge the effort he's made over the years through his leadership, both in the TMC, representing the city and striving. I believe his understanding and belief in the RTA is significant, and he gets it. I don't think by any means he's going to just disappear and ride off into the sunset. I think we'll probably still,
as much as he wants to,
we'll still get calls, or we may be calling him just for his mentorship. But I want to acknowledge how much I did appreciate his leadership, particularly in the last year, where we've really been pushing to try to make progress. That being said, I have some ideas that I'd like us to consider, but since we don't have a new project, I don't want us to wait too long on it. And I'm throwing these out with the intent. At the last board meeting, I said, I want the cities to stay engaged. I want you to still think out of the box, see where you think things can happen. I'm Knowing that we were not going to have a new plan or there was no real movement this last month, I'm not anticipating having a June meeting unless I get overruled by the rest of the council. We said we were going to do it every month, but I think because how much RTA 1 concerns have risen, this is probably, and it's a summer month, we'll just stick on the July on the normal schedule. So our next RTA meeting will coincide with PAG on July 25th. But what I would ask everybody to consider, and I'm not looking for, you think it's a good idea, bad idea now, I really would like to hear if you've got any immediate thoughts and feedback, and it may stimulate a little conversation, but this is what in the last couple of weeks as I've been playing with numbers to try to get us closer to the numbers we're looking for, to get everyone on board, to get that 9-0 vote that we're striving for. Looking at it, we've got the pessimistic level, which is set up as our baseline through all the projects. And what I'm going to talk about suggesting us consider can be applied to both of the TMC projects, both the TMC hybrid, as well as the TMC, what I'll call the town of Sarita variant or version. The biggest difference in there is both those two projects do consider money above the line as well. My proposal for consideration is going to be to discuss lowering the amount of contingency dollars from 100 million to 50 million and lowering the amount of debt on the numbers below the line from 67 to 47 for debt financing. That would create $70 million, which then we could put towards the city of Tucson to bring them up in line closer to the 50% mark that they've been looking for. And I do believe that that's a reasonable and beneficial number to gain broader support within the city of Tucson. And I think this will allow us to do it. Because if we use those two numbers, assign that $70 million. So at a later date, the city of Tucson will come back with roadway projects, modernization projects, and other areas that they may want to put that money to. But I know they had roadway and modernization projects that were not funded under the current plans. So that's how we move that number. What impacts that going to have on the long run? I believe contingency money is extremely important. So my proposal would include taking the first $50 million of revenue above the pessimistic. And at some point, this board's got to decide, are we going to look at the revenue after the 2-year point and start allocating that for the 5-year? But whatever we decide on when we're going to do those pessimistic revenues versus the actual revenues variant, the first 50 million would go back into contingency funds. So therefore, we're not going to reduce over the course of the program the total amount of contingency funds we have available. I also would like to suggest and give some thought to creating a new category. I've had long discussions with the executive director, and it's possible there's some issues that we don't need to bring up today to get to it, but we may need some identification of roads and arterials. And I made the mistake of asking him for the list of arterial roads, and it's because they divide every road into segments too when they classify as arterial. It's huge, but there's a lot of them that exist within the city of Tucson. Matter of fact, there's some that would say the majority of the arterial roads sit inside the city of Tucson. So I'd like to create them a categorical for arterial reconstruction. So that means the roads are going to have to meet a certain level already of degradation, but it's a way that we would do reconstruction on those roads, which is authorized in our statutes, as long as they're on authorized arterial designated roads in our statutes or in the code, to put $100 million of that. And the city of Tucson may have to identify those roads before we go to the voter. That would go, and then depending if you're in the TMC hybrid plan or the other one, the rest of the money would go to the city of Tucson with consideration for also possibly adding money into the category, that new categorical for use by some of the remainder of the communities that have it, particularly unincorporated Pima County, and others who have arterials that also may not be in the shape we want them in for our regional road network. Those are just my ideas for consideration. I'm asking you to, again, I'm not looking for a great idea, bad idea, but I think it's a way we can close the gap. And it's something that for the next 2 months, since we're not going to meet for 2 months, you can kick around amongst your team, amongst each other, with ensure you're not violating any open meeting laws. And we always have to caveat that. And what it does is it doesn't change any of the individual municipalities, the unincorporated Pima County, the ADOT project, it doesn't change any of those projects in the current baseline up to pessimistic. And we know everything else above pessimistic comes with some risk. So it does put some risk, whether we have 50 million or 100 million for the contingency. Gotta throw that out there. And again,
that in the form of an email or something.
I will
digest it.
Trust me, I've been trying to do it for the last 3 days, but I didn't want to create a whole new spreadsheet that I then, once I've done that, it's done for me. But I can put those words and language in an email to everybody, just so they know what I'm currently thinking.
Do that.
If you don't mind, we'll summarize it for you based on what was discussed at the meeting, then we can share that information.
So I've got a strong vice chair. It keeps the non-elected official out of those kind of problems.
Well, hearing it sort of for the first time, the contingency, I like the fact that, you know, it'll backfill. Because especially in the beginning, probably contingency isn't quite as important because we're probably closer to the real number. The debt service makes me a little nervous because if projects are ready to go, expensive projects, it depends on how we rack and stack them. It probably isn't enough money to do that. So that's just kind of the initial thought. Can I ask the mayor, what's your first blush? You know, of that?
I think that having Tucson start at 50% is smarter to present to the voters than at 47. So at first blush, getting us to 50% is smart because then I can go back to my colleagues on the council and to the voters in Tucson and say, we're not taking as much risk as previously presented to us. The previous proposal was 47, and then anything above the pessimistic. So that would, for Tucson, would have been taking all the risk. I really like the intent and the spirit in which you bring at least, hey, let's think about this. So that's my first reaction to your proposal. It's going in a good direction.
Mayor Honey, Mayor Winfield, Supervisor Scott, any just thoughts? I don't want to force any thoughts, especially if they're going to be against it. But no, I'd like to identify both the concerns and the problems.
Just wanted to clarify with regard to the additional categorical that you've been talking about with the executive director. Would these be solely for arterials that cross regional lines? Would they just be arterials that have been either in RTA 1 or RTA next?
To me, this is an opportunity. It'd be anything as defined, because it has to be defined by their arterial designation within the current codes. And the executive director maybe will give you more details about what takes it there, but it's a long list. So I don't want, there's options. I think it's an opportunity for some of the regions that have some of these roads to get together and talk about them, especially if they do cross from the city into the county and vice. I mean, if for some reason Mayor Honey and Mayor Winfield and the county were concerned about the upkeep and take of Tangerine Road, that'd be a great thing where you could get three folks to talk about, hey, we'd like to see this somehow included. The intent is to address the need that we continually hear without, there's a great slide right now in the deck that shows RTA. What does the RTA do? We're not a fixer of roads. We're a builder. A reconstruction is building a new road on top of an old road. And its side benefit is it gives you that fix, but it also improves the length, the long-term capacity of that road, not to mention the users, the benefit to the user of having a road that's unacceptable right now. But it has to be, because we're a regional approach, it has to be in that way. I've talked to several council members who like to say pavement preservation. I've even said, some of us, we bring up pavement preservation. That's outside of our statutes. It's very clear. But doing construction on roads that are already in a deteriorated state is something we can go back and do. But I'm not looking for his answer today, because when we talked about it the other day, it was pretty diverse, but I do want the executive director to get everybody what the requirements then, do we have to list them by projects now? But, the intent isn't that you can just stop repairing your roads and in year 15 of the RTA go, oh, it's in terrible position.
Yeah.
That's not the intent. But we know there are some arterials right now that need work.
Mr. Chair. To that point, and Mr. DeBonis will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think with regard to our own road repair and maintenance program, the area of greatest need that we continue to have is within arterials and collectors. Is that correct?
We have need every. It's a significant need.
So, and I would also put forth as perhaps a consideration the return on investment formula that we use to determine which arterials and collectors we target in any given year. It might be something worth discussing if this dialogue on a new category will move forward.
And Supervisor Scott, I appreciate that, because that's what I'm hoping happens with now that it's the first I've heard you have a formula. I don't know if that's been shared with any of the other municipalities on what you go through your process of looking on what the priorities are, but that may assist the city of Tucson and even the other municipalities to start as a way of identifying, do they have something? Because one of the things we've heard when we brought this categorical up is all of a sudden a lot of the other municipalities go, well, how can we get on that? And that's part of the discussion. Can we move some funding around that we've got, either above the line? The below the line tends not to touch anything below the line. We want to keep that and get the numbers where I think they need to be, because pessimistic is what we have said is going to be our baseline. Anything else comes with risk, and it does come with opportunity, but I think we can have that discussion.
Right. When you talked about backfilling the contingent, the first 50 million, is the intent from not seeing it, is all of the optimistic number past that backfilling the contingent just for the city, or?
So in the intent of this is, since we're taking 50 million out, we'll just go with the assumption that we say we're going to look every 5 years.
Right.
So we hit year 5 and our revenues that we collected are 200 million above the estimate. And that's probably an exaggeration. That's 200 million. The first 50 million, we backfilled the contingency. My current thought would be the next 100, we put in this category that we're going to create. Okay. Now, all this is up for discussion. So I haven't gotten to that kind of detail yet, but every 5 years, then we're going to take a look and go, how are we doing against the pessimistic, and where can we insert things? Remember, in the first original plan, when we do an RTA next plan, we're going to have everything broken into the quarter that they're supposed to be done. So some people say, well, let's just build them all. But we may not be able to accelerate some of these ones in the last couple of quarters. So I do think it's important that we make this in some ways a living project, because one of the risks that we run is saying pessimistic. There's going to be stuff that executive director may come back and say, you can't do that road because it wasn't identified. But we're going to have remember, the 50% mark is the baseline. The estimate from the economist was 50% says we're going to hit the baseline.
So playing that scenario out, it was 200 million used, 50 goes to the contingency, the 100 goes to the bucket, reconstruction. There's still 50 million left. Where does that go? And then let's say you continue that. So the next 5-year point, you got another 200 million. Well, we don't need to fill the contingency.
Correct.
So where does all that money go?
It's a great question. In the town of Cerritos plan, it says the first 360 goes to the city of Tucson.
Right.
So if we were to sit that and not adjust that at all, okay, then everything would go to the city of Tucson. And then right now in the town of Cerritos plan, it's 50-50 beyond that. Right. Those things are all up still for negotiation and discussion. But I think the important thing that I'm trying to capture here is I do believe in going to the citizens. If we're going to say, this is our number, I personally think it's important to get the city of Tucson to the 50% that they've set, because they're the only ones that came and said, this is my baseline, but get it there. It's still less than their population. It's less than the money they collect, but it's to a number that they said, we can live with this and move forward. Let's get it there. And then we work on the rest of it. So My intent by bringing these ideas up is we're not touching, other than adding the 70 million back, which are going to end up being named, they're going to be named throughout there. If they're roadways, and they have to be, if they're modernization, they have to be, if they want to put it into one of the categoricals for their use, then that's a different discussion. But that gets us to that number where now we're all at the pessimistic view, which is the one that we were all comfortable with, have taken nothing away from any of the other municipalities or ADOT projects or any of that. The risk we've now said is we're going to say our contingency is going to run a little of the risk. But if it's the first 50,000 million, it should get back in. Mayor Honey.
So you said backfill the contingency and it would be the bonding capacity 20 million as well.
Right now, that's not in my plan, but that's again up for negotiation. Just because the numbers were, the numbers, it won't change the numbers below the pessimistic line.
But I'm saying,
And I'd be good with adding that
contingency, but not bond.
It was the overall numbers when I then ran the overall numbers using the Sarita numbers. The ones that I ran it with were based on the town of Sarita's proposal. I was able to get the city close, but not where they're at right now on the 55. And that's, I'll just leave it at that. You know, I didn't want, one of the reasons I wasn't going to throw all the exact numbers out. And for the record, I talked with Mr. Credio today and said that we need to sit down. Because I've got my own spreadsheet where I'm calculating percentages and they're very close to theirs originally, but I want to find out what assumptions they're using, what I'm using, so that we're comparing apples to apples as we go forward with this. But as far as putting the 20 back, that's absolutely not something off the table I wouldn't consider, especially if the rest were supportive of it. Mayor.
Sure.
You're gonna hit.
I think that what you're suggesting is sharing the risk, right? So we want the contingency and the debt service to share the risk with the city of Tucson. If there's any additional money coming from above the pessimistic, then we're sharing the risk with the contingency and the debt service. So, I mean, I am interested in this conversation. I'm not going to say I love it or hate it. I believe, the city of Tucson believes that we've been very clear with what we need in order to be able to sell it to the voters of Tucson. It seems like it's getting there without knowing the numbers and looking at the percentages. Seems like it's moving in a good direction. The city of Tucson, as you all know, passed Proposition 411, which will take care of our residential. So that is, not needed. Materials are the areas where we have huge need, and that's what Tucsonans want to see. Investment in arterials as well. So it's moving in a good direction.
Well, what I'm hoping is you'll all take it back, take a look at it, play with it yourself. I didn't want to put a proposal spreadsheet on the table because I think it's more important that everybody plays with and see where they are willing to share, in this case, to share the risk. I found the contingency and the debt service, and Mayor Honey, very easily we could say the first goes the 50 of the contingency and then the debt, or vice versa. I mean, the purpose of the debt's to get us through those first couple of years as we're getting the money coming in. So perhaps that's the first one. And maybe, again, I threw out the 5 for ease of conversation. We may want to look at it every 2 years and see how our revenues are comparing. Because what I don't want to do is have money sitting on the sidelines. I understand the challenges we run into with roadway construction, projecting, and we've had some conversations on chip projects changing anything. Man, when I see the big amount of money we're carrying over because it's already obligated, but we're not building, I'd rather see that in action.
Mm-hmm.
And
important when we rack and stack RTA next projects compared to the leftover projects, where is the capacity that we can actually get those projects delivered?
Agreed.
I think you have to be really careful about it as well.
Agreed. All right. Again, there's no action on that one. So at this point, I would like to now move on to item number 8, the RTA roadway improvement element project 18, Grant Road, Oracle Road to Swan Road. Mr. Ellis.
Ducks in a row.
Well, I'm ready whenever you are. No, pop up the presentation.
There we go.
Okay, it's good to be back in front of you again. This one is probably a little tougher, so it may be a little hard to just fly through. This is the follow-up to, and try to navigate all this. Funding requests that had come in from the city of Tucson, familiar topic, everybody, Grant Road, 5 and 6 right-of-way acquisition, and to add that into the mix. In addition, at our last special meeting earlier this month, this group asked that we do a deep dive into this and that we look into all the aspects of this and see what we can bring back as a possible option or possible proposal. So we did our homework. The first thing we looked at is our funding constraints. And as you heard from James Tao earlier, and as far shared, all of our fiscal year 24 funds are allocated. So there's nothing there. It's committed. It's identified in there. I looked at fiscal year 25, and as James said, there's a 20 million with restricted opportunities on that. We anticipate that's going to be needed. We're already, as we have our regular conversations with our jurisdictional partners and with the project teams, they haven't formally submitted, so we know it's still it's a potential, not realized yet, but we're watching very closely as to what's already happened. Grant Road had an increase. We had to be responsive to that. We want to make sure we're responding to those situations that come up. And as we heard earlier, and as I mentioned, we have Silver Bell on deck. We have Valencia on deck. We have Tangerine on deck. Those are all projects that are going to go out the door, advertise, get ready to construction. Then with 22nd Street, Sunset ongoing, there's ones already in the hopper. We want to be responsive to how those are going and how those are shaking out. In addition to the financial aspect of it, we looked at the compliance constraints on here. And this is going back and looking and saying, okay, what are we legislatively required, mandated to do, and which projects are affected on that? So you're all familiar with this ballot language. You're familiar with what has to happen and how we have to start construction by the end of the RTA period 4, June 30, 2026. So which projects are affected on that? They're the ones I've listed here with Barras Aviation, Irvington Road, what we call Valencia Central, which is I-19 to Alvanon. Grant UP, Harrison Road, 22nd Street East, which is Camino Seco to Houghton, and Valencia from Cold to Houghton. Valencia's listed twice. It was in the previous slide because that project's getting ready to advertise. So we're actually going to knock off 2 birds with 1 stone on this one, but it's a necessary project on that one. So it fits into that and actually helps us out in counting against that. What's critical to note is 3 of these projects have fixed funding allocations. I don't remember if I mentioned that in May. And what that means is we're a fixed amount contribution to that. We're giving, I think it's 19.8 to the Barras Aviation, regardless of what it costs. That's the amount we're contributing. So we've got a cap on that. However, that still leaves the others where it's what the project needs. So as we work closely with the teams, work closely with the jurisdictions to make sure we've got accurate estimates, going back to the topic before, we want to make sure we're responsive to those as well. We want to make sure that when that gets an updated number that, yes, that's the number we've been carrying, or wait a second, we're going to need to bump up and do that in order to deliver that project and fulfill compliance requirements. Because as Mr. Benavides said before, that's not an option not to fail. So we want to make sure we're responsive to that. So we're watching and tracking those very, very carefully. We'll have requests coming forward to you as to jurisdictions. We're looking to get a couple more of those up and running here at the July meeting when we bring those back. So we know they're moving. We're getting going on them, but we still know there's work left to do all that. All the remaining projects in there, we're all good on those. Those are compliant. We're set. We're not facing those same pressure-laden deadlines. We know they still have to be delivered. That's a commitment made by this board. Jurisdictions have still promised. That's the intent. The only ones that haven't been are the 4. So we watch and track all of those, but that's how they segregate based on status. So that's a key thing that we wanted to explain to everybody. So after financial, after compliance, then we looked at all the additional considerations to take into account on this. So making sure, yes, Grant Road's fulfilled its compliance requirement. Pressure's off on that one. Now it's a desired need.
But it can also occur after June 30, 2026. Also looking at the intergovernmental agreement requirements. We also want to make sure we're looking at board policy requirements, audit requirements. What we want to do is make sure we're not offering something out there that contradicts that. These are all things we have to be 100% compliant with. We can't be bringing something out there that then introduces a conflict or an incompatibility with it and puts the board into a difficult situation. So we analyzed all those aspects as well to come out with the assessment and the recommended option. That basically we found there is expected RTA funds that can be recovered from the resale of past projects where there's surplus property. So those property sale transactions can then be returned to you as a board for uses you see fit. That's money coming in that now falls within that category. It's available for your discretion. Second component to that is then using the funding obligation from the city of Tucson, the expansion on the Houghton Road project. That's been divided up into 8 phases with the very northernmost one being deferred. So 6 of the segments have been constructed already, and the decision was made that that would be built out to a 6-lane section. It kind of had a reverse hourglass. Where the southern couple of miles, roughly give or take, were originally identified at 4 lanes. And then the northern, roughly 2 to 4 miles, same thing. It would go out and come back in, with the 6-lane section being in the heart and soul of it. Instead, that was identified as that needed to be at 6 lanes the entire run. So there was an expectation, an obligation, and a commitment that those funds would be then repaid when the time came. So that can be evaluated, that can be assessed, that can be added to it. And it's now funding that comes back in and is available for the board for the discretionary use. We ran quick estimates on that, looking at some high clip level numbers on that. We think it can be as high as approximately 30 million. So the exact amount would have to be identified, calculated. And it is also, because it's partly dependent on the right-of-way transactions, is going to be dependent on actual sales.
Mr. Ellis, real quick.
Yes.
Sorry, but is that 30 million total for both of those 2 items or just for the Houghton?
I'm sorry, that's cumulative total.
So that covers both the recovery of the resale remnants and the Houghton. And as a follow-up on Houghton, because I know that's one of those roads that cross borders of who's it is where the 6 lanes and sorry for my ignorance, were the expansions to 6 lanes only in the city of Tucson, or did the expansion to 6 lanes also occur within the part of Houghton that's county?
That's right. Thank you. I was going to say, yes, it did include the portion on the county down at the southern end.
Okay. All right. Just wanted, again, I don't want to dive too deep in this because we may jump into stuff that we need to talk about in exec first, but I did want to clarify those 2 questions. Thank you.
Sorry. And that's covered. Yes. So and they delivered it in 6 different segments with number 7 still pending.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, are you done?
I'm sorry, Mayor. Yes, that's, I can. With that, also answer any question.
Because you were at the last.
Certainly.
Go ahead. No, Mayor Mel, come to you real quick. I just want to say, Rick, thank you. You're right. This was a tougher topic.
Yes.
There's legal implications on some of this stuff, and we are going to adjourn into executive session. So what I'd ask everybody, because there may be the part that I think we can talk about out here, and Executive Director, correct me if I'm wrong, is I know that there's some disagreement on the amount of the cost of Houghton, and I don't know if Mr. Credio wants to add anything there or anything along those lines.
I'll have them.
Because we're going to
questions.
Okay, Mayor, the floor is yours.
The questions are based on the presentation.
The floor is yours.
And if I need Sam's assistant, I'll call him up. So your presentation has an assertion that the RTA must recover over 30 million in funds from the city of Tucson for Houghton, for building those 2 additional lanes, and for excess remnants, sale of land of remnants from acquisition for building out our roads. There's no supporting material for that assertion. So where did it come from? I have no idea where that amount of money came from. So is there any supporting material, anything in writing that shows this number? Or is it just we got it out of a hat and it's kind of like what we feel? What?
I agree with you. I think the number is going to be in dispute. That's something that's we're going to need to explore more.
Mr. Chair, I think that we, all of us, for the benefit of all the board members and the public, we would like to get the answer and any supporting material that proves this assertion in writing.
And Mayor, fully understand that, and I agree with that. And I'll turn to the executive director. I don't want to put Rick on the spot in front of his boss, but that I think, and we've talked about this historically too, it is important that we get the information and not just the broad, hey, this is the statute, but the specific lines. I know you know better than me what we need to talk about in exec. So if you want to address those questions and
again, thank you, Mr. Chair. We did reference the administrative code, which is spelled out in every IGA. So every IGA has that same language. And again, acknowledging that we only have 2 years remaining in the life of the RTA, we've been starting to identify an inventory of all the properties, and this doesn't apply just to the city. This applies to everyone. If there are any properties that were purchased using regional funds, we're going to go through the inventory process, identify the value of that property, and obviously, if it was sold, how much it was sold for, and if it hasn't been sold, according to the IGA and according to administrative code, it needs to be put on sale, and the revenue from those properties have to come back to the RTA. That's spelled out in every IGA and administrative code. We'll expand, we'll provide the actual language, as you said, to make sure everybody understands that language is in the IGA. And then the second item, again, Howland Road, that's been a discussion ongoing. The statute, as it spells out, anytime any entity wishes to expand the scope of the project, they have obviously that choice. But the statute clearly states that the entity that causes that change is responsible to pay for the incremental cost increase. That conversation has been going on Howden Road for many years. It's spelled out in administrative code. It's spelled out in IGA. It's state statute, and we'll continue to obviously crunch the numbers. And obviously, we want to make sure we're fair and everybody agrees to the numbers. But as stated and highlighted in the slide, it is an estimate at this time cumulatively for both those points.
I just want to clarify because in both cases, what I heard you say is we need to have level application to everybody. So when you're talking about doing the inventory, you're talking about going through effectively, and it's going to be a lift for you, the entire RTA projects that have been completed to this point to identify which ones had right of ways. And you will then determine if there was any excess right of way there to take a look. Because I get in the last 2 months, we're digging through the couch cushions, but it needs to be, to me, applied to everybody. And so I heard you say that. And on the Houghton one, I want to confirm what I just heard is it's not just, as it's stated in there, it just says the city of Tucson. But it's not just the city of Tucson, because it sounds like Pima County's also their section of Houghton was also expanded to 6. Is that a true statement?
I believe as Sam and Rick just mentioned, it was only the bridge section. So obviously, yes, it applies to Pima County as well.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right, board, still yours.
We understand what the IGA said. We understand that the rules procedures say that any excess sale of land not used for RTA projects have to come back to the RTA. What I don't understand, and I don't know if anyone here does, is how did you arrive at $30 million? Because this might have to be a legal dispute that the city of Tucson would bring to you all. I don't see, there has to be, Mr. Chair, there has to be a proof of how the executive director arrived at $30 million. And what concerns us, the city of Tucson, is that this is another delay tactic when there is a project, Grant 5-6, that is ready to go, that we have a $20 million overage in our budget, and that there is a refusal to be able to continue a regionally significant project that we promised the voters in 2006 would get done. All we're trying to do as a city of Tucson is deliver what we promised the voters on a project that's ready to go. So it feels to me that doing your homework will take 2 years. I mean, if it's not just the city of Tucson that you're targeting, which you usually do, then who else owes you money?
And I think without getting into a lot of the legal coverage that we're going to go into on the executive committee when we talk about it, but to your point, I did hear the executive director just say that the 30 million was a rough estimate. I know that there's going to be some debate on what the actual increased cost of the housing going to 6 lanes. And I think it's important for both the municipality and the RTA representation to get together and talk about how they arrived at, because I know the city of Tucson's numbers on what they expended cost from going from 4 to 6 is significantly smaller than, even if it's only half of that 30 million, it's still smaller. And I think that we need to be able to ensure that everybody's comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges. If we don't know what's included in the cost that the executive director used in that estimate, but we also don't know what's either included or not included in the cost that Mr. Credio has gone through in his process on what he thinks, and the city's going to have to represent. I'd rather have us do that internally with each other than try to go to the court system. If it ends up in court, that's where it ends up. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think we've done enough looking into these issues yet. And trust me, everybody around this table, and we've said it about 8 times today, the completion of the RTON projects is rising to a higher and higher priority the closer we get. And we have to have those conversations, and they can't take time. We need to make them streamlined. And that's part of the reason we're going to have the conversation exactly, and then come back out with some guidance to the staff that we can. And obviously we can't force anything on any of your staffs. We're going to have to assume that your staffs will cooperate with the PAG staff, whether it's looking into the remnants through many of the other projects. I'm hoping that it's going to take some time to do a little lift, but I'm hoping it's not going to take excessive, because I think it's going to be very obvious what projects and half of what we do at ADOT is right-of-way acquisitions and then recovery. And I have had the conversation with ADOT folks on how they go about it and how it works. And when remnants aren't being used, because it's generally the plan changed. Something didn't get built how we anticipated. That's why we acquired the big property. Or in some situations, it requires you have to acquire the whole property to get the owner to sell it, and then you only use part of it. And that's where we get into that. But it's important that your staffs, I don't have a staff, your staffs are talking to the staff here and find out where the disagreement is on the cost estimate.
But we wouldn't be able to respond to anything because we have nothing. So I would love, Mr. Chair, for this board to be able to get an explanation, like how do you arrive at that with proof and documentation, and then who else owes you, right? It was just the city of Tucson. So who else owes you? And by the way, not that I want to pick at Pima County, but Pima County also chose to do 6 lanes. And is that costing them money, or is it just the city of Tucson again? So.
And we did uncover that just moments ago, and I think that's part of the discussion for an action or guidance to the executive director. I think that's what we will come out of executive session with a better understanding based on a review of the legal implications of these issues, the discussion and the stuff that we can't take back. If we say something legally incorrect in here, that's why we have to get advice from from our counsel first. But when we come back out, I fully anticipate we're going to have some guidance.
But Mr. Chair, I don't feel as though in the public or the board colleagues shouldn't have to wait until executive session and figure out legally, because I know that we have some questions about statutes and how they read, et cetera. This particular request of having the executive director write down his assertions and how he arrived at this number. If he's making these assertions, this does not have anything to do. And this is public record. This has nothing to do with the executive session, Mr. Chair. So I would like to request that we get that assertion and how he arrived at the number in writing, so that the board, the city, and the public can see what he's talking about.
To my point, Mayor Ramirez, I think we will. Now, if we want to turn that into a form of a motion that we have full disclosure on the calculations of this, it's going to require full disclosure on the calculations from the municipalities too. And that's fine. And we'll know where the differences exist.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right, those conversations we can have out here. I did hear him say today that that's an estimate. Now, if you want to go into any explanation of why you think that estimate, at least on the cost of that Houghton Road expansion, I'd say save the remnants, the Houghton Road expansion, why your number's considerably higher than the city. I'm okay with it. It's up to you if you want to answer that now.
Be happy to, interesting enough, this conversation started back in roughly 2010. And at that time, only a couple phases were completed and the number was about $10 million back then. Since then, additional phases have been completed. Our staff obviously use the lane miles in addition to what was in the scope versus what was completed thus far. And using those lane miles, we're estimating about additional 10 lane miles. And using most recent information that we have, we anticipate the next phase that hasn't gone to construction is going to obviously have that same concern. So we have to address that with the next phase. But the estimate, again, it's all an estimate. That's why we got the disclaimer there. Additional analysis is needed, making sure that we compare notes with the county and city of Tucson on whose share is what. That's given there. That's why we said it depends on further calculation. The property side, that's the challenging part. We've been having discussions on the remnant properties. We need to get a really good detailed update on the properties and come up with a better estimate on the properties. So again, it is an estimate. It's cumulative for Houghton Road and the properties that we currently are estimating with. That number potentially could change. It could go up, it could go down. But once we go through the inventory, then we can give you the exact numbers. At this time, it's just an estimate.
To prove it, I think that's our request, or my request would be, let's get to those exact numbers on the road construction as fast as you can. The remnants might take a little bit more time to go out and collect. I understand that. But as important of a piece of it's going to be is to get the feedback from the city staff as well, or the county staff as well, that says, wait a minute, those aren't, I mean, right now we're talking about lots of it is projects that are done. We know what the total cost was. We know what the initial budgeted 4-lane road was. So we know that difference. The question becomes when the two agencies discuss how much of it was as a direct result from this happening and how much was just increased costs. But all that needs to play out. Mayor,
I had a question, like on Houghton Road, whether it's the city or the county. RTA approved the city and maybe the county to some extent, 6. Why did the RTA pay for the additional lanes to begin?
I asked that same question, Mr. Mogimi.
It's kind of like, you expand the project, it's at the cost of whoever asked for the expansion. It could be us as well, but it ended up that RTA paid for the projects, including the expansion of 10 lane miles, you said. Something like that.
Let me, I'm gonna, sorry, Executive Director, but I want to add to it. It's a great question, and I also would like to hear is, has PAG gone back with the exact detailed numbers to any of the entities and said, hey, here's the difference in cost. We fronted it, but here's the difference with the detailed explanation too. And that may be what Mayor Romero, you get, is you want to see how is that true? Because you're right. I asked the same question. Well, why do we front all the costs?
So, Mr. Chair, Mayor Honey, as far as we can tell, as early as 2010, that's when the city designed the project for 6 lanes, when the IGA spelled out 4 lanes. There was some correspondence between the city and RTA at the time, and acknowledging the fact that obviously you have the prerogative to expand and go to 6 lanes, but you're responsible for the differential cost. And then there was communication between 2010 all the way up to 2016 on discussing how much is that amount. And most recently with the audit that was completed back in 2022, that conversation was brought back up again. So it's been an ongoing discussion, but again, to answer your question, Mayor Honey, I believe the RTA board's intent was to accommodate the project. Let's keep going, because the project was in multiple phases. And I think there was this understanding that at some point they will true up who owes what, and they will make up the difference. And I think that's why we're in the situation that we are.
Mayor Honey.
Another thing, Mr. Bocchini was not here. Mayor Romero wasn't here. I'm the only one that was there, and I don't have all the answers, so. Make it up out of but what I'm saying is we don't have answers on some of this. It was Gary Hayes was the general, CEO and manager here, and Chuck Huckleberry and God rest his soul, was the mayor of the city of Tucson. A lot of those people made that deal. The only thing I know is we spent RTA money for the city or the county where we shouldn't have. Was there a contract, or was there an agreement, or which we don't know?
And Mayor Honey, what this is to me exposing is a potential flaw in our processes. It sounds like, and I was not even thinking about what was going on back when this started occurring in 2010, because I was unaware. But it sounds like it was a series of verbal agreements with nothing really spelled out, and going, well, I mean, unless there's a document that says this is what it's going to cost, this is what it's going to be, nobody's defined who's paying what in advance. It's just, we'll square it up at the end. That's a dangerous process in any business.
There was acknowledgement in writing, but you're correct. No agreement on the amount even back then.
Yeah, thank you. And that's, I mean, I don't think any of your cities would hopefully not enter business agreements of that magnitude without knowing the costs or the split. But I know in a private equity transfer, it's going to spell out what's going to be done. Even if RTA, nothing would have changed other than you would have known and now had that receipt to go back and say, this is what you agreed to pay. It's time to reimburse us. Yes, absolutely.
It becomes difficult because lane miles 2010 versus lane miles of 24. It could be double in 24 what it was in 2010. You know, and I don't think there's anything there on interest on debt or any of that stuff. I'm talking actual expenditures. You know, it's gonna be fairly difficult. Now, if we have an agreement that says we will pay for the additional cost. Well, that's an agreement, but that's still fairly vague.
Yeah.
What is the cost?
Mayor Murphy, then back to Mayor Romero.
If they've been constructed, I mean, obviously there's actual cost, you know, to do it. And I don't think it's gonna be a really heavy lift for the other municipalities when it comes to the remnants, because most of those projects have already cleared the audit. So it's good to go back and look at it, but the audit's gonna show that they were.
Of course.
I'll say yes and no on that with all due respect, because one of the challenges in my conversations talking with the executive director about it, the remnants, they can sit there and nothing changes on that remnant forever. Then all of a sudden now it's being used for something. So while the obligation from any of the municipalities is if you do something with that remnant, either use it for something it wasn't authorized for, wasn't put in place, or when you go sell it, that money belongs to the RTA, as I've read through some other things. So it's not as easy as saying, well, it's been through the audit. What's fair? Because we didn't, have we done a true inventory? No. What remnants municipalities still own? Well, they got rid of them. So, yeah,
just a minor clarification. Again, if the property is usable and it's being repurposed, those are the parcels we're talking about. So like a strip right away that's not usable, those get transferred to the entity, but the usable parcels, I just want to make sure you distinguish the difference.
Mr. Chair, we do not see any other jurisdiction called out in this recommendation. We know, not that I want to pick on Pima County, but we know Pima County also modified their project from a 4-lane to a 6-lane. How much do they owe? And in the meantime, are we going to completely delay Grant 5-6 until we find each and every remnant property and what it costs and who sold it and how much is owed by each jurisdiction? Because we have $20 million right now in the RTA budget to continue Grant 5-6. So as the city of Tucson sees it, this assertion has one, no background. It has no supporting material to prove the $30 million number. I could have said, you know what, we owe you $1. Now it's your word against mine. Every single jurisdiction, when they build a project, has an agreement. It's called the intergovernmental agreement. And it is defined in there what we're going to do. We have amendments. We describe those amendments and what they are. We need that background information to know, where does this charge come from? We have our numbers of what we paid and what would have been the difference between a 4-lane and a 6-lane. And we can show that, but not until recently. This is another wrench thrown on the table against the city of Tucson, asserting something that we absolutely dispute. So I guess this board is going to have to decide what we want to do to move forward with the projects that were promised to the voters in 2006.
Agreed.
And so while we resolve, and we might have to go to court to resolve, we need to see background material that supports and proves your assertion. There's no other way. And, you know, who else owes money? And how much do they owe? And that might have to be a long-term discussion, but I'm telling you right now, we will dispute the $30 million amount at this time and in the court if necessary. And to be honest with you, the positive traction in the discussion in the previous item takes 10 steps back with this types of discussions. So I've said what I said and what we need to say, Mr. Chair, I'm asking you to please request these assertions to be put in writing with any material that will prove it.
I am more than supportive and willing to make that. I think that is something that the staff owes. If we don't have the actual data that supports it and the specifics and that it's there. I'm, with all due respect, I'll put it on the record for the public, we're gonna come out with something along those lines, but we have some issues specifically related to the challenges we already addressed in the tip. And I stressed what we can do with finding the funding available for both, not only grant 5 and 6, because I think we may be facing the same thing with first, but part of that we need to discuss in executive session before we can come out and make what I would call a educated motion of direction for the executive director. So what I would like to do is if I can get a motion for us to go into executive session, or I've got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? We are officially into executive session.
Any opposed? Okay, so we've just, is that an official executive session? We can close executive session. Do I have any further motion?
I move as directed in executive session.
I'll second that. Okay, so we have a motion to,
As directed.
and to direct staff to, move as directed in executive session. And we have a second from Mayor Murphy. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing no opposed, that's, approved. And since this is the last subject on the agenda, the RTA meeting for May is closed.
Yes.
Okay, adjourned.
Thank you.
You did 3:40.